Good day and good evening, and welcome to Palace of the Dead solo stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. That is actually surprising a lot of people that is already here before I've done anything. Thank you. Just before I forget, it's just a random observation that I made just now. It doesn't really matter for this stream. I just noticed, I think this is a thing over on Twitch, that you can put like a goal or something that it will show in the chat. Like, you know, like a sub goal or something like that. Apparently a feature like that has been added to my POV of the chat, that I can put one of those. Apparently it only works for super chats. But yeah, this is the first time I've seen that. So just funny observation. I don't know if I'll use it. Maybe one day where it makes sense. It's like one of those where it's like, if this happens, then I will do this kind of goal menus. Funny. Wouldn't work for this. With that said, hey Johannes, hey TT hey Justin Ern, hey Tristan, hey Ceres, hey Kaiser Dragoon, hey Ardell, hey Silvermint, hey Vivi, hey Gerald, and hey Yannick. Hope you're all doing very well. Already admitting your dread of Palace of the Dead. I will admit, Gerald, that I am actually, like, I am completely like, easy game until like floor 150 or so. Maybe 160, but then as we get closer, it does turn into Palace of the Dread for me. It is one of those things where, like, if you've Savage rated, or maybe even an Extreme prog, right? You might have had that feeling that you're scared. Like, as you get closer to the end, you get, like, more and more tense because you're worried that if you mess up at all, back to the start. It's that feeling, but instead of it being a pull of, you know, 10 or so minutes, it's sets of 1 full hour where you can't just goof it up. And if you do, you don't get sent back that hour. You get set back like 10 hours. Maybe more, depending on how fast you are. So, like, there's a lot at stake when you get to the higher floors. Also, hey Sally and Ridleyan and Bits, hope you're all doing well. That's as soon that turn into an elf sub milestone. I don't know if I would ever change this character. Specifically because of how, like, special she is. Hey Gureen, hope you're doing well as well. But that could be funny. That's a 0 target, Doton. But should we just get on with it? Get on with it. You. Hey Lana, hope you're doing well. Small guy becomes tall guy. Well, in fairness, like that has always been the weird thing. Is that we have small Kai, and then we have, like, this is technically the closest you'll get to tall Kai. And she's not even tall. Hey Vince, hope you're doing well. This dread turns into adrenaline, which you come back for again and again. I just think I'm not that kind of guy. Oh, hello. Like, I have a feeling that if I get the Necromancer title, it's more likely that I'll be like, all right, great, then I don't have to do that again. Then I'll come back to this. Exactly, told by comparison, Kai. That is exactly right. I was like this when I got it the first time 2 years ago. Yannick, like, coming out of the word? Coming out of the dark alleyway, like, would you like some Palace of the Dead solo addiction? We've got them in all types and variants. then said, okay, time for other two deep dungeons. Oh yeah. Like that's the thing, is that I have suggested that if we get Necromancer, there is genuinely a possibility that I would eventually move on to getting the other deep dungeons cleared as well. Can we offer you some deep dungeons in this trying time? 8 knocks. Hope you're doing well. Small Kai could get the Fanta to Ellison, making them into the true Tolkien. I feel like I don't think I would do that. I treat Small Kai as sacred enough that I can promise you that, like, many of you, like most of you, I guess, know that there has not been a Small Kai stream for quite a while. And some of you might even go, who even is Small Kai? It's the emote character, like the emote thing, right? It's not a real character, is it? It is a real character. But she has not logged in for Dawntrail a single time because, like, she's only online on stream. I believe she has spent like 2 minutes online off stream very, very early in her journey. But that's it. It's a Lala Elf, right? Yeah, that is correct. Exactly, Bits. That's kind of the deal, is that, interestingly for me, the one race that I sometimes consider maybe using a Fanta on this on Small Dragon Kai 4 is actually Lalafell. But then go, well, I already have a Lalafell, why would I do that? And I also like this character. Like, let me put it like this. If there was an item you could buy that would allow you to basically have your character function in like a limbo state where it can be both, and you can just, like, when you log in, you just choose which one you log in as that time, then that's so gratin. Is that the word for, like, a flock of Lalafells? Is that gratin? One is a potato, and then, like, you see, like, a pack of them. That's a gratin. But yeah, if I could do that, then I would probably pay for that to have my main be able to log in as a Lalafell. It's called a lot of Fantasias. That's true, Gleaming. Sally says, I personally do find Heaven on High and Eureka authors more fun than Palace of the Dead for various reasons. Oh yeah, like, the thing is, Palace of the Dead has, like, as I've mentioned before, this giga-long section. What was down there? Huh? Why did I not take that treasure? What? And has this whole mega-long section where you have, like, where you're basically just going through the motions for like 100+ floors, which Heaven on High and Eureka Authors does not have. Well, I think that you could kind of argue that they have, like, maybe the first 20 floors. A good thing I went back for that. Like, the first 20 or so floors might have that. But I'm pretty sure when I did some Eureka Authors with a few friends, I'm pretty sure we wiped either in the first 10 or in the first 20 floors due to making a bad decision. Which is, and by bad decision I mean pulling a mob. Like, it wasn't like a bad decision like doing a giga pull and then doing it wrong. It was just one mob. We pulled it wrong. Underprepared, you could say. And when you have mobs in the first 10 to 20 floors that are like that, then there isn't really going through the motions in the same way. Which is a good thing if you're there for a challenge, right? Like, imagine if Savage bosses... I don't know why I keep going back to Savage for that, but imagine if a Savage boss fight had, like, the bosses just had twice as much HP as they do now, but the first half of the fight is just the normal mode version. And, like, when they hit 50%, they just go, oh, right! And then switch to the Savage mechanics. Like, on a dime, they just immediately switch to the Savage phase as it was. Thank you, Ardell. If we were to get into a bit of optimization. I guess so. New fortune. Welcome to Fantasia, Addicts Anonymous. It's pretty funny that. I used to be in a free company with someone who probably could be considered to be in that. And one time I challenged them to not use a Fantasia for, I believe it was 2 weeks. I think it was 2 weeks. It might even have been 1. It's possible it was just 1. The important part is that they didn't make it even 1 week. The weirdest part is that they would Fantasia to various things, but it would basically be like, Catgirl, Hure, Catgirl, Ellison, Catgirl, Small Dragon, Catgirl, Viera, like just back and forth to Catgirl. How do I read that? W7CH V7. Oh yeah, I do remember you. I hope you had fun. And I hope you didn't suddenly leave because you were embarrassed or something. Because I do recall that run where you were in did go a little sideways. I also hope you're doing well. You were playing Dragoon, as I recall. Also, hey Tate, hope you're doing well as well. Well, one way, Bits, is also that there is actually some portion of the community in NA. You just like don't see them as much on stream because they have they have difficulty becoming or showing up on stream because it's on EU, right? But yeah, they're more present on the Discord server. Like for instance, there is like a little subsection. I don't know if I don't think it's purely community necessarily. They have a thing called jobs. Yeah, some of them also have that. Also that. I mean, some of them also specifically tune into the streams from work. So, it's difficult. Some like to have me in their ear for their work. Some would have rather been at home to play with me. Gerald is currently at work. There you go. I hope you're having fun, Gerald. But yeah, there are people in NA, and they are their own, like, you could say, subsection of the community. I know that there are some of them that are like practicing hard content by doing old extremes and stuff synced. I think they have like an extra Discord server to arrange that, but like I have shown one of their clears in a walk and talk stream. There was Cobalt that had recorded Seed of Sacrifice Extreme, where we went over that. So like there's that, but it would not be the same as, you know, showing up on stream. I want the steel. I need my loot. Silvermint is also at work, but is at home. Nice. And hey, Bronto, hope you're doing well. Also listens in from work. Tay and Aradil are requesting out into the world for Emir to return to Ellison. a little different than return to Monkey. Return to regalness? I'm just saying, when someone knows how to dress an Ellison, they look great. And thank you, Aradil. Oh yeah, the new Hildibrand story got released today, right? I actually remembered that was a thing when I read the patch notes, like, oh right. Well, I didn't plan a stream for it, so I guess I'll wait. Because I think some people enjoying that with me. And some also don't like that they have to read everything themselves. So I'll have to think about whether I stream it. But I'd already planned to do Palace of the Dead today, so we're doing Palace of the Dead. Bronson says, I don't think Hildibrand is ever the most amazing thing. I think it's funny. But yeah, it's not like... at least to me, it's not like a thing where like, yes! Hildibrand is back! It's like, you know, it's fine. It would be weird if it just suddenly never came back. But, it's not like the craziest thing when it is there. Hild is really funny if you enjoy that kind of humor. Yes, exactly. And humor is very subjective, so the people that absolutely don't like that kind of humor thinks that it's the worst thing on planet Earth. Erdl says they should have Hildibrand waiting for you at the end of a deep dungeon, unsure of how he got there. They should have Hildibrand show up in various places just randomly. Just completely randomly, it's like, oh, he's just at the end of your Savage raid. Suddenly he's in the World of Darkness somewhere. Silverman says, for me, I respect the hustle of how they keep the titling. They keep titling the questline inconceivably further Hildibrand adventures. Yeah, true. Somehow they... Wait, why? How did I miss a bronze chest? I'm just not paying attention at all today. What? Okay. Why not? Sure, why not? Look, it's a mummy! Dunk. Is the Ninja Mudra Bunny a sanity gain on 1? I would go as far to say, based on what I know about ninja mains, that the only thing that does more psychological damage than single target Doton is Bunny. Ronsom says, Hildibrand is the perfect example, in my opinion, of side content. You don't got to do it, but it's worth it for those who do. And see, that is exactly why a lot of people got so mad at the Hildibrand story in Endwalker. Don't forget about Caetsu Bunny. Okay, I think we found something that does more psychological damage. But what if you do it just to do it? Jose, Emily, and Zaf, hope you're doing well. Time to skill issue and slice is right. Hello again, Dead End. How do you Caetsu Bunny? Asking for a friend. Well, you use Caetsu and then you goof up your ninjutsu like normal. Caetsu makes it so that your next ninjutsu does 30% more damage. And is spent automatically on your next ninjutsu instead of a ninjutsu charge. So if you bunny, then you used it, the 30% damage bonus on a bunny. And you know the worst part is that the bunny doesn't get bigger. It's not 30% bigger. It doesn't have a 30% bigger hat or anything. It's just the same bunny. Would be funny if Caetsu Bunny had a different color hat. Yeah, exactly, Krakenmo. Like, just it had something. And yeah, exactly, Browntom. That is basically the reason why Endwalker caused such a backlash on Hildibrand, was that they essentially made this thing that was great as side content, where like if you didn't want it, you could just not do it, into content where the thing is, you can kick and scream and say as much as you like that relic weapons are technically optional, and for the majority of the expansion they're not even best in slot. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. For some players, they would even argue that the simple fact that the Hildibrand story blocks off certain emotes means that it's not just side content you can do if you want to. So the simple fact that there is a reward that players could reasonably be very interested in doing that has nothing to do with the content in question itself means that it isn't entirely optional in that sense. It is optional, just not in the way that we'd like it to be, I guess. Why isn't Caetsu Bunny a thing? Well, regular bunny isn't really a thing. Caetsu Bunny should turn you into a bunny. Why not, Ridleyan? Oh, look! Put your hands in the air! We have the party house. We just found the monsters in the middle of the club. I don't think wildfire is going to work for this. You're too weak and frail. You do it on purpose? Oh dear. Well, the scary thing there, Ridleyan, is that on the mount farming streams, like, if we waste a ton of time on just memeing around and not doing the rotation correctly, then we don't get as many clears, and then we might not get as many mounts. And in some cases, like we discovered with P4S, there might be a very strict, like, kill time. Like when we did P4S with 7 DPS and a healer, and we generally cleared the boss like seconds before the mechanic would kill us. I'd be crying in the club if that was me. Aww. So those are the famous 14 venues. It's like a costume party. We found them, everyone. We found where they were hiding. Let's see, 17 Masters. I wonder what percentage of players that complained about relics being locked behind Hildibrand have a completed Zodiac and or anima weapon. There might be a percentage of players that is the reason. There's also a percentage of players, I'd imagine, that are like, I don't know, passers. Because they have the same kind of indirect interest in having the best weapons, because by the end of the expansion, those relic weapons are going to be the best of the best, and you want the best of the best if you're passing. Oh boy. Thanks, YouTube. Am I still here? Hello? I exist. Excellent. Apparently, like, I looked away for a second, and then I looked at OBS. I was like, by the way, you're sending nothing? Oh, great. And I don't know how long I was out. Ladies of Hope, hope you're doing well. And Furu, hope you're doing well as well. And thank you. We'll get him next time, hopefully. But yeah, like, the thing is, what I was trying to say was, we also saw this in Endwalker, because it's not just about relics, it's about anything that could be cosmetic or practical in any way, shape, or form. Is like... Bronson says you never left on my end. Oh, great! In that case, there is a possibility that the settings that I set up on OBS has worked. Because I believe on the previous stream when I had a short momentary cutout, that I think Sally was the one, maybe it was someone else, said that from their point of view it looked like the stream started buffering, and when it came back it just acted like now they were like 3 or 4 seconds behind, as if YouTube just took a bit to like put in the missing pieces. And if that's how it turns out, that would be perfect, because then it doesn't matter that much when the stream cuts out, aside from it being insanely annoying for me. But yeah, what I was getting at is, for some players, it's about them wanting a cosmetic. Or wanting an upgrade. Like, the funniest part is exactly that there are players that want the best gear in the game, but they don't want to work for it. I think I've described this before, but basically, let me put it like this. Some players would be like, oh yeah, I want to do Savage to get the gear and all that. And some players would prefer that they have to earn it. But 100%, there are also players that that would be like, oh yes, perfect, give me that. if the developers was like, what if we just put a vendor in the game that just sells you the best gear for like nothing, so you can just grab it, and then you can do the Savage if you feel like it. Absolutely, there would be players that would be like, yep, please, I just want the best gear. Don't actually care about how I get it. I just want it. And a lot of other cosmetic items could be like this too. Like, there is, of course, some part of it because some of those players actually want those items because they're special and exclusive. And basically, they need to experience having been given the item for free, essentially, before they would easily realize that by being handed the item with no work, the item has no value. See, Zengerkrieg, hope you're doing well. This happens to me a lot of times when I watch your streams. Yeah, see, the thing is, I believe that can happen because there's a short drop in your connection as well. But it can also have, like, if my settings are the way that I think they are, there's a possibility that when I have a drop in my connection, whether it's to YouTube or the internet at large, it just has the effect where it looks like it's on your end, which isn't perfect, but it's better than if my connection drops, there's just like 5 seconds of stream that is lost to time. But yeah, my point with that conversation is that back in Endwalker we had, I would guess that some part of it was a joke, but I think there's also some truth to it. Like, some people genuinely meant it. But when the second raid tier came out, the mount from P8S, I really want these items. There's a rage and well, I want the sight and the strength. Will I sacrifice Serenity for that? Probably not. Is that the second raid tier had the pink axolotl mount from Savage. And I see, the thing is, I'm not sure if it was a meme. It certainly became a meme. But there was this post of someone that basically ranted that Savage content isn't supposed to give cute things. It's supposed to give, like, ugly or maybe cool things, but not cute things. Cute things are for casual players. Was it the third raid tier? I thought it was the second. Oh, right, the second one gave the serpent, you're right. It was the third one. Oh, man. This flaw is really mean. You can't use items. By the way, there's a sight, a strength, and a steel. We'll also do your laundry. and give you a massage. You just have to use a Serenity. But yeah, people, like, some players were mad that... oh, right, that's true, Yannick. The argument was that the cute things are for the cash shop. I'm sorry to hear that, Nosferatu. I think you came into the conversation in the middle of it. But yeah, some people said that. But I guess, yeah, the original was, it's the cute items are meant for the cash shop, with the logic being, if it's in the cash shop, then everyone can get them, right? Which is, of course, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's see. Exactly, Furu. That is kind of the problem. Is that you'd think that players realizing that there's not much value to old expansion best in slots, because you're not handed it, but it's really cheap. You're basically handed it. It's kind of worthless, or it's not important. You'd think that would lead players to realize that if you're just handed the good stuff, then it's kind of worthless. Like, it's not special when everyone can just have it that easily. And I think the reason why this why that doesn't happen is because, like, from their point of view, like, especially if they're a newer player, it isn't old best in slot gear. It's leveling gear. And obviously leveling gear is not special. It's just slightly better leveling gear, right? It's slightly better leveling gear. Why would that be special? Which is to say, the most effective way for these kind of players to realize that it has no value if you're just giving it for free is by giving it to them for free so that they can go, oh, well, it's not that fun when I've just been given it. It's best in slot free trial. Like, one way some players in, like, back in the day, gamers had to, like, got experience with this kind of problem was using cheat codes. Like, oh, I got 2 strengths. Weird. Like, you go, oh man, this game is so hard, and then one day you find the cheat code, you're like, oh no, now I can just cheat in the best gear in the game and just give myself max level and infinite money, and you can't use items on this floor, what are you gonna do? The cure is right next to you, just, it's yours, go ahead. But like, the moment you have that stuff, the enemies that used to challenge you are now trivial. So that it's not fun to try like that. It's fun to trounce those for like 5 minutes. And then you're like, well, what am I gonna do now? Then you go over and kill some other things, and now you suddenly have like, you just trounce everything because, like, you used, like, the insta-kill cheat or whatever. Or your gear is so good. And if you don't have, like, full invulnerability and whatnot, you'll just run into, oh yeah, see, the thing is, even with the best gear and the best stats, this boss will kill you anyway if you're bad. So you have used the cheat to make all the content that was meant for your skill level trivial, and the things that are not in your skill level are still not in your skill level, but hey, you're stronger now. I certainly went through that a lot of times. Like, a game I played when I was like 10, maybe 11, was Dungeon Siege 1. And I had a cheat code for that just gave me infinite money. That one didn't really ruin things that much. It just meant that I didn't feel the need to hoard everything to sell. But you could certainly argue that items that could be bought from a shop didn't serve any, like, didn't have any meaningful value because, well, it didn't cost me anything. Like realistically, it didn't cost me anything because I had infinite money. But I also had, like, a cheat that made my attacks one-shot enemies, where they basically gipped and just splatted into a million pieces. That's fun for like 5 minutes. The funny part was that I believe there wasn't a button to turn, like, you couldn't turn it off again. So once you had your fun with it, you could basically start a new character because this character was ruined. And there was also, like, a cheat that made it so that all of your skills got maxed out to 150. Well, maxed out is maybe not the correct term, because I believe it was like that I learned later on that you could actually level your skills past 150. But if you used that cheat code, then you couldn't. Like, they were locked to 150. You probably didn't need more than 150, but you're not having more than 150 now. You made your bed. And also a code that gave you some of the best spells in the game, and a spell that just gave you random magic items. But the thing is, after you'd be done messing around with those cheats, you'd be like, I'm bored. And then just not play anymore. Because the fact that you had been given all this for free meant that none of it had any real value, right? And what I'm getting at is that maybe this doesn't apply to everyone, but some players that might, and the thing is, this is like the mathematical there exists players that would absolutely say yes please if they were offered to just, like, the game just let you have the best gear in the game for free. There would absolutely be players that said, yeah, I want that. But it would require them to take that monkey paw wish and realize that it is now worthless. For them to realize that it is worthless. Which is also like, come to think of it, sometimes the moral of the story with like genie wishes, like sometimes it's the whole, oh yeah, the genie will mess with you and ruin your wish. Another part is that because you were given all this for free, it has no value. Yeah, exactly, Ilana. I'll just give myself this rare item just this one time. I'll get it myself next time. I'll do it right next time. Totally. Another example how I learned this was, well, it took me a while to learn this later down the line, but, and it kind of taught me something else. Was Final Fantasy Tactics Advance has this thing with laws that I've talked about this before, but it has this gimmick with laws that change daily on what kind of skills are allowed and not allowed. And the thing is, if you want to play the game in a specific way, like your favorite character is a black mage, and you really want to use Firaga, like that's the favorite thing you just want to do. It's really annoying when your next battle is in a field with a rule that says fire is outlawed. But what if you could just use a cheat so that rules don't exist? Now you can do whatever you want, which means that every fight will go down the exact same way. You'll use the exact same strategy every time. Because there's no rules to play around. You'll just use the most broken strategy every time. And it's like a snowball effect, because like I started with that, and then I was like, well, it's kind of annoying that like I have to switch my characters to different classes to unlock other classes, and I have to use specific gear to unlock skills. And what if I want to unlock this skill that is like the weapon to learn it is really late? So it'll take me like really long before I can get it. And like I want this specific ability from a different job, so I have to like unlock a bunch of things to get this. What if I just used a cheat so I had all the skills and all the jobs unlocked on all of my characters from the start? It's not a big deal. And then you quickly realize that if you want to use Firaga on every turn, you kind of use a lot of MP, so you quickly go, well, there is a cheat that allows me to have infinite MP. And hey Cyrus, hope you're doing well. Yes, Machinist is considered one of the best jobs at it, yes. It's a combination of them being ranged, they have an interrupt, they do decently good burst damage. Like, they have a set of tools that are just generally really good in situations that you can end up in Palace of the Dead. It's contested by Warrior and Pixomancer. Yeah, that makes sense. With actually, Yannick, would you say, just based on your recent experiences, would you say that Sage should also be there among the ones that contest Machinist's rule? Considering how insane you've been saying Sage is? It does not come close. Oh, okay. But yeah, the thing is, what's it? Pictomancer has more burst than both Machinist and Warrior, but it does not really have any, like... It doesn't have an interrupt, it doesn't have a stun. It's not that good at kiting, because it wants to stand still to cast a lot of its things. It doesn't have a personal heal. Like, it's very dedicated to the just kill the thing first strategy. And Warrior, in the other end, is super tanky and has the most of the... Like, it has way more self-healing than the other two, but it is a bit more lacking in damage. So, like, you know... It's a bit what kind of weakness you'd rather deal with. I would say, I haven't, you know, I would think Yannick has more experience with all of this than me, but I would say Pictomancer's major weakness is that it doesn't have an interrupt, and it doesn't have any built-in self-healing whatsoever. And Warrior's major weakness is that its damage is lower. And Machinist's major weakness is that is a little bit similar to Pictomancer. But it's a bit like it's in the middle of the pack between Warrior, is that it doesn't quite have the defense of Warrior, and it doesn't quite have the insane burst of Pictomancer. But it traded those things for some more utility, which is harder to quantify. Star Prism is a heal, minimal, but it's healing. Silvermint, in Palace of the Dead, you're level 60. And in Eureka Authors, you're level 90 and don't have Star Prism. There's a new Eureka Auto score record on Pictomancer yesterday. Huh. I can't read your name. Someone said, I don't think it's possible to pick between which job is the best among those three. They have different playstyles. Yeah, that's fair. Let's just say, me personally, when I did a run as Pictomancer, I felt a lot more helpless in a lot more situations than I have done with Machinist. Simply because my only answer to all problems felt like damage, whereas Machinist feels like it has a bit more it can do. Oh, thank you, Ardell. The best way to be good at a video game without cheating. Thank you. But I could also say that the biggest thing that I felt like I've been lacking on Machinist... Ow. I should not have ran through the room like that. That was really, really scary and dangerous. I could have died just then. But as Machinist, the thing that is the most debilitating is to not have steel once you get to the harder floors. Meanwhile, I think for Warrior it's the opposite. The most debilitating is to not have strength. But the difference is that you just take way longer without strength, whereas with Machinist, I would suggest that a lot of enemies are just borderline impossible to fight if you don't have steel. Where I would guess that Warrior can just go, nah, I can still fight that. It'll just take 30 years, but I can. Which is a huge advantage. The main problem is that because of that being its weakness, it means that where the timer is already a great threat to newer players once you get to the higher floors, it's an even greater threat for tanks. Warrior. That's really ironic. This is like, I feel like we've had this exact setup recently. Enter floor, you're blinded. There's a sight next to you. It doesn't help, but the irony is there. But yeah, to round up on what I was talking about earlier is just that the most effective way to realize that being handed the things for free kinda... Oh, we also have the antidote on the floor. Of course we do. The way to realize that being handed something for completely free kinda reduces, or at least diminishes, the value of the item greatly is to have been given something for free. Especially something that you otherwise would have appreciated and put value to. But unless you really think about it, you like think about it with yourself, I could imagine that there is a chance that, oh, it was right here, excellent, that you will that for some people that they will instead not blame the fact they were given the thing for free, but instead just conclude that the game's boring now. Like they'll learn the wrong lesson, you could say. Because that's also what happened to me with Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, is that I completed the whole game using the same strategy in every fight. Unlocked the post-game unlockable characters, and then I realized that there was nothing in the game because it used a cheat to give me all items. And I stopped playing. And then years later, when I saw a video about... it was about... I don't think the word is hostile game design, but deliberately putting things into the game that your players might not like. Where one of the examples was the turn counter in XCOM. That meant that you have to win within a certain number of turns. And some players don't like that, because it means that they feel rushed. But if there was no turn count, like no turn limit, then the safest strategy in most maps might be to just wait the opponent out. It's not as clear-cut as that, but you can probably see the idea. And I realized quite quickly that, wait a minute, frictional design, yeah, that sounds about right, Bits. I realized that the laws in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is that. Like, it's exactly that. For a lot of players, like, or for some players, it might be interesting to play around those laws to your advantage, because if you use the game mechanics right, you can deliberately make it so the laws that are going to be in play when you do a specific fight are to your enemy's detriment. Like, you could go, oh, this fight that I'm coming up to has 3 bombs, and they're all going to be using fire. Would be a shame if fire was outlawed for this match. Wouldn't it? But if you don't know how all that works, then you'll just feel like, why is it that I go into a fight with enemies that are weak to water, and then incidentally on that specific stage, the water magic is outlawed? Why? But then, like, when you remove that feature from the game, then, like, you can just use the best spells all the time for any situation, which means you don't ever think out of the box. You just go, well, they're weak to water, so I'll just use water. And so on and so forth. See, the big thing about settling for all tome gear is certain jobs will be inconvenienced by the skill speed that set gives them. They can't fix that. Also, savage weapons are strictly superior. That's true. Exactly, Yannick, it becomes a square hole situation. In fact, it quickly does if you, like, continue to give yourself stuff, because eventually just be like, why would I use water magic? I can just cast Ultima. Like, who cares about targeting weaknesses when you can just kill them? And exactly, that is then what happens, is that you get forced to do that. I had a similar, not the same, but a similar experience with, well, more so a similar run-in with, like, a kind of similar design with Fellseal Abder's Mark, which is like an indie game that is, it's basically Final Fantasy Tactics in a lot of ways. And the thing is, you might go through the whole game repeatedly going, why do I have to bring these main characters that can't do these specific things? Why can't I just make my own super team of the best? Where, in a weird twist, those main characters, like, you can still customize them, but sometimes you'll run into a stage where you have to use a specific one that you might not have been using much. But those are essentially your laws in that game. In this battle, you have to use this character. So I hope you leveled it, otherwise you have a handicap. And if they didn't do this, then every fight would just be the same. And you could say, well, why is it that the limitation of the game has to be that I don't get to use my favorite team composition? Because the game is about using a lot of characters, a lot of different characters that can do a lot of different things. And if you can just use the same 6 characters every single time, then it feels kind of pointless that they gave you like 50 spaces for characters, doesn't it? So by limiting your options and giving you various benefits and advantages for adjusting your team on the fly, they can make it so that you actually interact with that system. Whereas if they just let you do what you want, then you would just use the same old boring team every single time. And maybe lose interest. Maybe. That all-important weakness, death. Yes. And yeah, indeed, with Final Fantasy XIV, a way to try and motivate some players to, you know, give the harder content in the game a chance is by going, oh, yeah, sure, you can just, like, you will be able to get better gear by just interacting with the game. Like, sure, that is technically an option. And it will work. Like, you will get better gear that way, definitely. But it won't be the best. And specifically skill speed and spell speed, in a weird twist, has become stats. Like, I would say for years they've been the weird stat. Right? Like, the stat where it's like either you love it or you hate it. But over the years it has reached the point where, like, a lot of jobs hate it. Or would rather be without it, at least. But the thing is, it's better than nothing. Even for the jobs that hate it, it's better than nothing. Like, you could play as if you didn't have the speed and you would still be better. You could do things like with Dancer. If you use standard step exactly on cooldown all the time, then you basically make it so that you don't have skill speed. Because every time you use standard step, it'll just clip the difference. Like, if your GCD is 2.45 every 30 seconds, you will basically lose half a second by sitting there waiting for standard step. And you can do that. And even if you do that, skill speed is still better than not skill speed, because skill speed makes your auto attacks better. See, Dudley says, my favorite challenge run to do in Pokemon is to play as if I'm a gym leader and build a team around one type. It's pretty normal until you come across a trainer with your weakness. Yeah, true. Or the gym leader Elite 4 member that will kick your behind in because they're your weakness. It's very fun to figure out how to get around them. I mean, that's actually a funny thing, because in most of my Pokemon playthroughs, if I have the option, I will end up with like 3 steel types. Not because I'm a steel trainer, it's just because I really like a lot of steel types. So like, if the game offers them to me, I'll be like, yeah, I want a scissor, of course I do. Which then leads me to the situation of like, later in the game I'll be like, I'm gonna need someone with flash fire. Because most of my team is weak to fire. No pun says even for Red Mage, where holding your GCD would make your OGCDs drift. I mean, the thing is, with Red Mage, you wouldn't be doing that in the same way. Like, that's a completely different scenario. It's like the dancer example, no pun, is because dancers really want to use standard step exactly on cooldown, but standard step is a GCD and it has a 30-second GCD, like a 30-second cooldown, despite being on the GCD. And it doesn't care whether you have skill speed, where some other actions, such as Gunbreaker's Gnashing Fang, does reduce its cooldown if you have skill speed. You don't really care, but no worries, Nopan. I'm trying to explain. Don't worry. Like, you don't really care that Gnashing Fang has a shorter cooldown, but it does mean that as you go through your rotation, Gnashing Fang doesn't suddenly become ready at a weird point. It'll still line up with your GCD just right. But Dancer will not have this benefit. Which means that because standard step is in Dawntrail so good that you would really want to use it exactly on cooldown, means that there is actually a benefit to actually waiting that full half second for it to be ready, which is a little silly, but it's true. For other jobs, that might not be the case. For example, Red Mage does not actually get very much out of spell speed. Like, that's actually a key difference between spell speed and skill speed, is that skill speed increases your auto attack damage, it reduces your GCD, and it increases the damage over time effects from weapon skills and physical damage abilities. I have a Mythbuster episode where I talk about this. It's really specific. It's like Bow Shock, Circle of Scorn. Like, there's a few. And spell speed, on the other hand, increases it reduces your GCD and your cast times. Well, technically, skill speed also reduces your cast times, I believe, on weapon skills. Like, for weapon skills that have cast times. And spell speed then reduces the cast time and GCD of spells. It also increases the damage over time effect of spells and abilities that do magic damage over time. Which does mean, and I think I mentioned this in that video as well, Doton and Salted Earth should both scale with spell speed and do more damage if you have spell speed. Don't put spell speed on your ninjas and dark knights, but it's really funny that you could. But another thing that spell speed also does is that it also increases the... it also increases the healing received from healing over time effects from abilities. In addition to increasing the healing from healing over time effects from spells. I believe there is no such thing, just off memory. I don't think there are any weapon skills that applies a healing over time effect. But that does mean that Warrior's Equilibrium The heal over time component scales with spell speed. Aurora on Gunbreaker scales with spell speed. Heart of Corundum scales with spell speed. Weirdly. And yeah, I agree that it is really wacky that speed is split up like this in such a weird way. And for, like, it's very few jobs where it actually matters that there is a difference at all. And the thing is, for all the jobs where it matters in the way that it makes speed bad for them. Like, what I mean is that it doesn't matter in the way of, oh yeah, if the meaning, like it being split up is actually something you can gear around. No, it's more like, because the job only, like, because the job could benefit from both, like for instance with Paladin, where like half of its attacks are going to be magic, that's a slight exaggeration. It hates speed in general, because skill speed kinda sucks, because it only gets like half value from it, and spell speed also kinda sucks, because it only gets half value from it. It would actually be better if the game just had a universal speed stat. You'd call it ability speed, that would be pretty funny. I wonder what would happen if they ever decide to combine spell and skill speed, though they're probably too deep with like the materia and other factors to even make that change possible. I don't think so. If they made it so that skill speed and spell speed, oh, another one. If skill speed and spell speed became one, so it's just speed, they could just make it so that all, like, what are they called? Quick arm and quick tongue materia in your inventory turn into quick materia, and all gear that already has those materials also just turn into quick materia. Like, they could do that. The place where it could get awkward is if there were such an item, such as one that had both skill speed and spell speed simultaneously. Another case would be it might get a little wacky if you had an item that already had skill speed on it, and again, for whatever reason, you put spell speed in it. And you put so much spell speed in it that it will actually like overcap. But again, it would just be that you log in to find that, well, now your speed materia doesn't really work because it's already capped. And that's also true, Sally. I think part of the reason with Bard there is also that it's the same reason as a lot of other jobs. And that's also the reason why this problem has been gradually growing over the course of the game. I remember when I got into the game in Stormblood, when I got interested in the stats of the game, I got introduced to some really wacky math about speed. I think I've explained it before, but let's say 100% of your damage came from your GCD, right? All of it was GCD, and you don't have any cooldowns, like none. Then having skill speed basically just means that you like take the timeline of what's going to happen and squish it into a shorter time frame. That's all that's going to happen in terms of your damage. So if you know that a fight is going to end after, I don't know, exactly 9 minutes, and let's say you're a Dragoon in a universe where Blood for Blood, Lance Charge, Geishkagul, the various jumps, all of that just doesn't exist. You only have your 2 5-step combos. And we are specifically in the world where your step 5s are still slightly weaker than Heaven's Frost. So your peak upfront damage is Heaven's Thrust. Your peak damage per GCD is Chaotic Spring, because the dot. Did you know that speed has micro tiers because the client doesn't display the thousandth place of the decimal? Yes. It doesn't surprise me, but yes. And that also isn't, again, that is another like small detriment of speed, is that it has like that problem as well. Basically what that means is that you might think, oh yeah, but like, I mean, my GCD is actually 2. Like if you're a ninja with, you know, the passive speed buff, or a monk below the level where you get the 4th greased lightning tier, your GCD is 2.125, right? I think it's 2.12, but it could have just as well have been 2.13. But with that Dragoon example, the reason why it matters that your peak damage output would be Heaven's Thrust is that if you got enough skill speed that you could fit 1 more GCD in this, I don't know, 9-minute fight, whatever. Just 1. Then comparing the amount of stats you would need to reach that amount of skill speed to crit, for example, the thing you're looking for is, what GCD am I getting? And is that actually worth making all of my other damage over the course of the entire fight worse? Because that's what, like, you'd also get more auto attack damage and more dot damage from skill speed, right? But ultimately, a huge part of it was that it depended on what the GCD was going to be, whether skill speed was actually worth it. Which means if you thought, like, planning your rotation around kill time, which is like some level of like optimization, was crazy, then consider planning your stat line around kill time. Like, that's when it gets really insane. And that was the kind of stuff that I looked at when I was like, ah, skill speed sounds cool. It's just, oh, yeah, but... There was a similar thing with Dark Knight on Fog 180 boss, that doesn't surprise me. We also still see this when optimizing skill speed for jobs with, you know, a burst cooldown. Gunbreaker. How much skill speed do you want? Well, enough that you can fit a 9th GCD. That's the same kind of deal, it's just on a slightly smaller scale. But that's it. And the thing is, this idea with considering skill speed to the extent of, well, what GCD am I gaining at the end, kind of phased out because skill speed stopped being quote-unquote relevant enough that this could be the deciding factor. Like, basically, by Shadowbringers, Endwalker levels, you had so many other better reasons, burst buttons, to not choose skill speed that, oh, you get the better GCD at the end wasn't relevant to the discussion anymore. Hey Chili Taters, hope you're doing well. Parents says one of the advanced techs for speed optimization in certain fights is swapping food mid-fight to get a different GCD. Wow, that is pretty crazy. Cat Damon says, I've started adjusting my modification around our M1S kill time, but it keeps going down. That is pretty funny. And we still have a lot of damage to push out. And that's true, Nopon. If we had some jobs that really liked speed and some jobs that really hated speed, and they were like more mingled with the different like roles. Like for instance, if half the tanks love speed and half the tanks hate it, it would be really difficult to like match your gear to multiple things, and people would probably request more aggressively. Could we have the option to just have materia attached to the job rather than the gear? Because of how annoying it would be to manage. But we kind of have that. It's just that because speed is falling more and more and more out of favor, we have like Black Mage that likes speed. I think there's like 1 or 2 healers that kind of like speed, and 1 or 2 that don't really care, don't like it. With Sage, I know don't like it. And you have Monk and Samurai that is like, they have very different tastes in speed, let's just say. Oh, there's nothing in this room. Frodo says, I wonder if Paladin would like speed in the 1 speed stat world. Based on the current situation with Paladin, I think the answer would be a flat no. Ow. I should not have done that. Wait, no, that could not have been a bomb because it's a gold. Never mind. The reason why Paladin would probably not care is because the main benefit of speed for Paladin in this case would be that you could fit 1 more GZD inside fight or flight. But the way Paladin currently works is that 5 of the GZDs in fight or flight are its 5 best attacks. And then the remaining 3 is whatever you can scrounge together. Like, there's a priority list, but you would basically be able to fit 1 more of the kinda second-rate GZDs in, and you would do this. And see, the thing is that it would require a little bit of speed, right? But you would do this at the expense of making your best attacks slightly worse. It depends on how costly it would be, right? Like, I think you would be able to do it with, like, 247 or so, maybe? Maybe? So maybe that's worth it. But, like, basically, we've reached a point where some jobs have such an insane burst potential that it's not even about, well, speed is kind of bad, and it's become like like speed isn't super great. It's about the other stats are so much better at what speed does not like give you. I'll say, Vigo, hope you're doing well. How do I say to Vigo that I think they're a bit behind? Crit does too much. That too. I mean, that doesn't help either. But my point would still stand if I'm like, you'd probably rather have a direct hit materia than a skills than a speed materia in that world. Brunson says, I've been playing 2.5, and to be honest, the more I play, the more it feels like you do want 247. Things drift for me, but that's my skill issue. Depending what your frame rate is, that could happen. Depending on your latency, that could also be the cause. Oh, thank you, Zarian. Yeah, the reason why I mentioned it is because Vigo was like, I do remember that we got to floor 37 and I was like talking about not wanting to spend a Serenity on a floor where there was a lot of good stuff. What if they introduce a new damage stat that scales cubically? Like to compete with crit? I found the solution. It just comes out of the lab with like hair in all directions and like just smoke around your ears. I've cracked the code! what we need to do... What means cubically? It means x to the third power. So x times x times x. And the reason why we would get to that is because the reason why crit is too strong is because crit... I don't know if we could say that it scales squarely exactly, just off the top of my head. I guess it does. But basically the reason why crit is so insane in Final Fantasy XIV is because basically if you compare it to direct hit increases the chance that you win the coin flip. Crit both increases the chance that you win the coin flip, but it also increases the payout. The only reason why direct hit even has a horse in the race at all is just quadratic, indeed. Is because direct hit's chance scales way faster than crit. Like, that's the reason, is that direct hit just, like, the chance increases insanely fast, whereas with crit, like, the only reason why is because it scales faster than crit, but crit just scales better and better and better the more you have. If crit was split into chance and damage, which would be better, or would it depend on implementation? If you split it so that crit was just straight down the middle. Exactly, Yannick. I think that was also what confused me, is that I believe the reason why we call it quadratic is because think of a square. I think that's just it. But if you split crit evenly between damage and chance, the problem there would be that there would probably be a sweet spot where you want a certain amount of chance to a certain amount of damage. And in if you're not a Savage Raider, right? The world is square. To some. The reason why that would be a problem is because it would really, really suck if you're not a Savage Raider, for example. If you're, consider as it is right now. And hey, Talaba, hope you're doing well, and thank you. If you were not a Savage Raider, your best gearing option is to just get the totem gear, right? That is generally what we agree on. Quadratum is the Latin word for square. Yes. But to be a quadratic is to be square, right? In Danish, one word for a square is a kvadrat. Another word is vierkant, which means four squares, four corners, sorry. And yeah, you might be shocked. A triangle is called trekant, which means three corners. Very simple. Wake up guy, new biz just dropped. Oh, have people already figured out what the chaotic gear is? And it's good? But yeah, if you split crit into damage and chance, it would really suck for all the players that don't go for, best in slot. with, you know, Savage Gear mixed with Tome Gear. Whereas, as it stands right now, you still have the issue of you might not want skill speed, but let me put it like this. Let's say, hypothetically, I mean, the developers could actively make sure it doesn't happen by, you know, not making gear in that way, but they could end up in a situation where the Tome Gear just doesn't have crit chance on it. It just doesn't have crit chance on it. But it has a lot of crit damage on it. So, like, you're running around with, with your crits actually do 100% more damage instead of the base 40% more damage. But your chance to crit is the base 5%. So you basically never crit. But it's looking great when you do. Like, that's the potential scenario you could end up in. And having this option to choose would also mean that, you know, luck passing would be even crazier. Because, you know, the more willing you are to play the chance, the less chance you need, and the more damage you need. Which means that, like, if you think you're legitimately the luckiest person on the planet, the way you maximize your damage is you don't get any crit chance. You just max out crit damage, and then you get 0.1% directed chance. Like, that's all you need. You just need enough for the probability. Jobs like Warrior would do a lot more damage. Possibly. I have a feeling if they made it so that players could target... So that they could target crit damage specifically, the jobs that would benefit particularly from that, you know, jobs with guaranteed crits, would probably see some balance changes as a result. Oh yeah, you can see the gear from Chaotic already. I should probably check that later. I hadn't considered they'd just put the shop options in immediately. Where's the vendor? Is it one of the vendors that we already know, or is it a new one? Would that make Machinist better? I mean, reassemble would probably be like if that whole change that I just described with crit chance and crit damage being split in two was implemented and no other changes were made, then sure, all jobs that have guaranteed crits would be able to emphasize that even harder. For good, like, for preference, essentially. How much better it would make them, that's harder to answer, but you would be able to get some absolutely stupid crits with a Full Metal Field and reassemble. Chance would make the game less fun. Yeah, that's also kind of the thing that I would actually go in with, is that if the developers one day sat down and went, okay, listen, there's a problem with crit, what do we do with it? Then I would much rather they figure something else out, because Final Fantasy XIV, right now, is in a state where part of the reason why there is such a factor of luck to doing really well in content, you could say, is because the best stat in the game is a chance. And one of the, like, stats right behind it, which is direct hit, is also a chance. You combine that with the already existing and unavoidable damage variance, and then it gets really funny. Because it means that you could play perfectly and still do badly because you weren't lucky, which is not great. I would rather that, like, at most we have one stat that is down to chance. But I don't know, like, when I think about it, what other stat could you implement instead? Clear the answer is to gig above determination. You just put like a quadratic scale on determination for no reason. Give us mastery. See, that is actually also what I usually think, Taldemar. The reason why I could see that that could be a problem is that it could run into similar issues to the crit damage, crit chance thing. It could also run into similar issues as the oh no, I have speed on my gear issue, where it works really well for some jobs in the category and some jobs that hate it in another category. Exactly, Jade. Isn't a lot of mastery just do more damage? For some, yes. Like, let me see if I can remember some examples. For all tanks, typically mastery does like two things. It does something defensive and then also just increases your attack power, because that way they can make sure that mastery is also offensively relevant. So you don't not choose it because, oh, well, I need to choose a damage stat. Because all the other stats they can choose are damage relevant. Like, tanks even have a passive that makes it so that some percentage of their crit chance is also added as a chance to parry, so that crit is defensively relevant. Which I think is a good thing. But to give some examples of mastery is that, for example, Frost Death Knights, which have, like, some portion of their damage is physical damage, just straight physical, and some percentage of their damage is frost damage. Their mastery, unless it's been changed, like, remember, it's been a few years since I played WoW, but let's assume it wasn't changed, then it would be you do more frost damage. Which means that if you're playing in a way, and that's the thing, you could play the class in like the specialization in a few different ways. If you do enough frost damage for this to be worth it, then you could use... then you could stack this instead of something else. Another example is... yeah, elemental shamans, they straight up have direct... like, they have the thing that for one expansion was universally available called multi-strike. Every time they attack with a spell, they have a chance to just do it again. A weaker version, but do it again. I believe it was a weaker version. There's also examples like, I believe, Holy Paladins, which is a healer, had an effect that made it so that they healed more on targets closer to them or their Beacon of Light. Beacon of Light is... it's basically Sinistry, the Astrologian cooldown, but just permanent. You just put it on the tank. And it copies most, if not all, healing you do, instead of just some specific healing you do, like Sinistry does. Other examples. But yeah, a lot of specializations, their mastery was basically you do more damage, but worded in a fancy way. But I guess it also makes a little bit more sense when the other stats in World of Warcraft, like the main stats, boil down to speed. Like the speed that we just talked about, where it applies to everything. And it applies more universally than in Final Fantasy XIV, I would say. It also probably reduces the swing timer instead of just increasing the damage of your swings. And then they have crit, which only increases the chance. And then, well, they basically have tenacity for everyone, instead of determination and tenacity separately. Clearly you mean it's evil Cardia. Evil Cardia! Which ironically is defensive, or more defensive. And yeah, that's also true, Chilitators. But that is of course something that Final Fantasy XIV would never have a problem with, simply because there is no such thing as a job that could, I don't know, choose between a single like a two-handed weapon or a one-hand and a shield. Oh hey, a Realm Reborn, Black Mage and White Mage, what are you doing here? What's up? Oh yeah, we don't do that anymore. But yes, I still think that the mastery idea is interesting. And we could make that, like, that could work. The problem is that, like, because a lot of jobs are, like, very set in stone in how you play them, and there's, like, no, like, build customization, like, in skills and stuff. If, let's say, Machinist got a mastery that said, Hypercharge increases the potency of your GCD more. Because Hypercharge increases the GCD, like, the power of your, of single target actions. It could also just have that added onto auto crossbow as well. The question would boil down to, specifically, is increasing the damage of Blazing Shot better than increasing the damage of everything? And that leads to the follow-up question of, well, how much are we talking? And whether you want mastery or not boils down to that simple question. Is boosting Blazing Shot's damage by some scale better or worse than boosting the power of everything? And everything includes Blazing Shot, remember. You could also have more interesting things like, I would say something like Viper would probably be pretty cool with a mastery that was basically multi-strike, a little bit like Elemental Shaman, considering how often Viper's thing is that it attacks and then it attacks again and again. Like, it would be, like, in theme with that, but it might also get a little crazy because it means that you do, like, you know, you do Uncoiled Fury, and that hits an extra time because mastery, and then you use, like, the first OGSD follow-up, and that also hits an extra time because mastery, and then you use the other one, and then that also hits an extra time. And, like, imagine you do an animation for all of those things. It's just numbers in a stack. It'll get a little wild. Like, you could probably come up with some interesting masteries for the various jobs. And I would say it would probably be more interesting than having direct hit. Because direct hit is just crit but worse, for the most part. But, and this is something that I ended up dealing with a little bit, and talking about a little bit, when I made the video quite a while ago, which I believe I called it something like, all of the stats in Final Fantasy XIV are boring. And there, I believe I also brought up the suggestion of mastery. Or the suggestion that it would be interesting if stats were more impactful. Like, what if it was actually possible to stack so much speed that you could reach a GCD of 2? Like, as far as I know, if you push it to the limit, all the way, then the best you can do is a GCD of about, like, 2.12, I believe. Like, maybe 2.11, maybe 2.1. Like, something along those lines is the peak of potential. Would be interesting if you go, like, even further beyond. But who does that matter to? I know something that I realized when someone brought that up in the comments was that they said, who does this actually matter for? Most players wouldn't care at all. Like, it's hard to set a specific percentage. Yeah, exactly, Zarian. Like Super Saiyan 3. I can't give, like, a clear percentage, but I would say a very high percentage of players will, like, even with this kind of change, would just be like, just tell me what the build is. Just tell me what the best in slot is. I don't want to sit down and do the math. Like, what's best? I'll just do that. And then there's, like, a subsection of play, like a much smaller section that might be like shopping Like, they'll be like, well, there's like 5 viable sets here. Let me see which one is funniest for me. Like, maybe you like... Thank you, Erdil. Maybe you like speed, so you're like, oh, well, there is a build that has a little bit more speed. I'll do that. Nice. But most players will probably just choose whichever one is at the top. Or whichever one has listed the actually highest damage. And then an even smaller section of players are the players that make the best in slot lists. Like the 0.1, if not 0.01, if not 0.001% of the players that actually interact with the stats in the game. Like, for real, for real. It would be fun for them. Maybe. Maybe they'll also just find it annoying because, oh, now it's even harder to figure out what's best because we have to calculate more stuff. It depends on the person, right? But essentially, like, making the stats more interesting would probably just do this. It would also have the effect that if you didn't have the best, it would be even more visible. It would be worse. Like, if you choose a wacky build that doesn't really work, it would be even more obvious because due to the stats being more impactful, the more impactful stats would be exponentially more impactful because, yeah. So it would, in a way, possibly mean that you would have even less choice. Because the best build would be better by comparison. It would also leave the possibility that that someone finds some weird broken strategy where you do something unusual with the stats. Like, for instance, Machinist isn't really that good with speed because of the whole heat blast and blazing shot thing, not scaling well with it, but for some reason, if you reach a GCD of 1.5 naturally with your speed stat, then it turns around and becomes good. Cause some random reason. Like that kind of stuff, which could be fun, but again, for the majority of players, they'll probably still just be like, what's the best build? Just tell me what it is. That's of course assuming that the only thing you're building for is best and not most fun. That's true, Azure. But just based on what we see, like, in current discussion, I get the impression that the amount of players that will build what is best just because it is best is a lot more than the players that will build something because it's fun. That doesn't mean you have to design the game around them. Exactly, Emily. Given the chance, players will optimize the fun out of the game. Ha! Hoodie said they said it as well. There's only 2 options in balance. Have something that is the best or everything is the same. It's just the nature. And yeah, indeed, that's kind of the problem, is that the most effective way to make players just have fun with it is if everything is so meaningless that it doesn't matter what you do. Exactly, Azure. Exactly. That is actually, and this is something that we've talked about a bunch of times, is that originally, one of the arguments for why they removed talent trees in World of Warcraft back in Mr. Pandaria was because the developers recognized that everyone were just copying the best builds anyway. So why give you the choice? You're just going to choose the best one anyway. Why don't we just give you that and then just give you a few actually meaningful choices? And that's when they landed on the you have 6 options of 3 system that came with Mr. Pandaria, that then got expanded on a bit over the years. But it took people this long to figure out that, wait a minute, we can optimize this too. And when they finally re-added talent trees with Dragonflight, they gave you a copy-paste button. Like, they added a copy button and a paste button. And they let you just save builds with names and everything, so you can just swap between them quickly. Like, they basically went, well, I mean, you're going to optimize it anyway, but hey, maybe it'll be fun. How about we just give you the ability to copy, because we know you're going to use it like that. That way the players that don't care, can just copy-paste, and then the people that wanna cook, they can cook. Thank you, Erdo. And hey, Shaq, hope you're doing well. But yeah, the storyline of World of Warcraft is like, Wrath of the Lich King, they had, you know, very long talent trees. Cataclysm, they cut this talent tree down in size and made it so that you had to choose a specialization and you had to put the vast majority of your talent points into that. I think I already used the site here. Oh well. Before you would be allowed to put like 10 points where you want them. And then in Mists of Pandaria, they just took the whole talent tree thing and threw it out the window. Gerald says, from what I understand, if you're in endgame harder content, you're either playing whatever's currently optimal or not doing it. It's not that bad, but like, I mean, if you're in like Party Finder, there is a real possibility that some rando is going to inspect your gear and go, why do you have tenacity materia in your gear? Don't do that. And actually kick you over it. Or a healer that has piety on their gear, like in their materia, or something like, why do you have that? That's the best in slot list doesn't say that. Like crazy stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, Hootie. A lot of people are like that, and I just want to be clear. I'm not trying to make it out like, oh yeah, those are the bad guys. I'm more saying, ignoring that a large amount of players are like that would be stupid. Because that type of player is very common. And the general perception of the game will probably be affected by whether the game appeals to that kind of player. The Cataclysm talent changes were a disappointment. I will say, Shaq, that I actually remember. It's a little foggy because it's many years ago, but I do remember that when they initially showed off the mastery thing, the profession archaeology, which was added there as well, was supposed to have a much greater impact than it ended up having. There was this like Path of the Titans thing you could progress that never made it. And I also recall that they showed like the mastery stat in the talent tree, which showed almost like, depending on how you balanced out your talents, your mastery would be like leaned towards like the different like specializations in a way. But it never happened. Like it never came out like that. And I can see why, because imagine if the talent tree in Cataclysm was fully customizable. You could go as, like, you could be a warrior and just go like a bit into protection because there's this thing you want, and then you could go way into arms and fury or whatever you want. But because you went a little bit into protection, some percentage of your mastery stat is going to block chance, and you're not wearing a shield because you're a DPS. Which would mean that ultimately you would just be like, well, I can't choose anything in protection because it's a DPS loss. So my guess is that they looked at it, thought this is a really cool idea, and then when it came to actually implementing it, they realized that there was no way to make it work the way they had envisioned it. And I'm not sure what happened to the Path of the Titans stuff, but that's gone too. Cat Damon says players will optimize things is a caution for game design, not player behavior. It means a game should be designed in a way that doing things optimally should be fun. That's correct. I believe someone like that we actually talked about exactly this like one message before that quote came in was that someone said, that's why there are two options. Make sure, like, what was it? Make sure there is a best option and you know what it is, or make sure all options are the best option. And the key way those two options like mingle with each other is that if everything is equally good, then you can just choose the way you think is fun. Done. But if there's a best option, then you have the disadvantage that if people don't like that option, then they will not like the game. But if there is only one option, then, as Kat said in relation to that quote, you can try your best to make sure that that one option is fun. Right? If it's about developers, why does the quote say players? DT Boot, that's because you say it to a game designer. Your players will optimize the fun out of the game. So make sure that the optimal choice is fun. Because your players will find it and do that, even if it's not fun. Right? I could see how that makes sense. But I can also see how the quote, players will optimize the fun out of games, as is, also there, if given the opportunity. That is true, Kat. Sorry for missing that detail. I sort of skipped over that because, I mean, I feel like a lot of time players will find a way to make the opportunity a reality. But you're right. Like an example, I guess, where the given the opportunity part is extra important is knowing the best build in a roguelike where you're given options randomly isn't really helpful for the run where you're not offered the best option. You can, of course, know what is better, and then every time you're offered the choice between things, you can choose the better option, even if it's not the fun option, and there you go. Back to the quote. You gave them the opportunity, and they chose to optimize the fun out of the game. But because roguelikes with like randomness like that often mean that you don't have that much consistency necessarily in what you're offered, means that players will be incentivized to make the most of what they're given instead of being too focused on what is the best. Because good for you, you can sit there and drool over that best optimal build all you want. It's not going to drop. Like, that's not happening. Take away all options so there's no opportunity? Well, not necessarily, 17 Master. You can make it less likely to find the optimal options if you have the capacity to do that. You could, that's the thing, is that if there's only one optimal build, you have the control to make sure that's fun. That is, I would say in some degree, that could be argued that that's what's happening in Final Fantasy XIV. Most jobs have one specific way to play it optimally. As long as that holds true, we will have to hope that the developers are going, yes, this is the way we want you to play the game. And then they make sure that that way is fun. Then it calls into the question of why have builds at all. Correct. Correct, Zippo. To go back to the World of Warcraft point of view again, as it stands right now, the main reason to have multiple builds in World of Warcraft, aside from preference, is that certain builds fare better in specific content. Like, this is my single target build. This is my AoE build. This is my burst build for short fights. This is my build with slightly better sustained damage. This is my build with like a mix of single target and AoE for like a fight with a mix. And this is my build specifically for Mythic Plus, where there is a very specific kind of mix. And I also need certain defensive cooldowns. And this is my build for this. This is my build for that. So each build is like, you have a lot of options, and the game has a lot of content that works in various ways. And you have to figure out what option is, oh boy, best for what. Hey Bokash, hope you're doing well. Shaq says, when I was a Death Knight tanking in Mists and BFA, I never went anywhere without Purgatory. I remember that I would sometimes not choose Purgatory, specifically because one of the other options was better for specific things. But yeah, another problem with having no options, and this is something that I feel like we've seen more of as jobs have gotten more streamlined in Final Fantasy XIV, is that... And this relates to the fact that, in a lot of ways, options that are considered bad, quote-unquote, have been removed. Like, the developers basically going, oh yeah, you're right, you don't need that, and just taking it away. They removed your ability to choose wrong. But, in a roundabout way, they've, also removed your ability to choose right. They basically go tea or coffee, and you keep choosing the same one, and they're like, you just keep going tea, 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 and like, they're actually a coffee drinker, and they're like, why do you keep choosing the tea? The coffee has like a stat bonus in this game, and the tea does not. So they just balance patch, remove the tea, boom. Now you only choose coffee, right? Would you like coffee or coffee? Coffee, I guess. But before, you might have had that experience of, oh man, coffee is really good once you've discovered. Like, I'm not making a statement here. I have tea right here. But you might like choose tea a bunch of times, and then you're like, wait a minute, coffee is way better. And then you had that learning moment where you discovered this optimization yourself. But instead, the developers just removed it. Like, an example of that is some role actions become as crap. Some role actions were removed that essentially were spells that were never good. Like, to give a specific example, is that in Stormblood, all mages had access to Break, which like, the potency isn't important, but I believe it had 80 potency. And it slowed the enemy's movement speed by 20%. I believe it could have been 40%, but it slowed them and it was spammable. They also had Drain, which stole some HP from the target. Again, 80 potency, and it was lifesteal, so it was what damage you did. That was it. Removed. But in retrospect, I could imagine that mages would have liked to have Break and maybe even Drain for Palace of the Dead. I don't know how good Drain would be, but like, it would be maybe better than nothing for something like Black Mage. Like, they don't have a healing button So, like, having something is better than nothing. Like, it's not useless. And break could be nice. Again, it has a cast time, so maybe it's actually better to just run away and cast your instant casts. But, like, basically, in nearly all situations, it was worse to use break than not use break. And it was also a roll action, so you were choosing break instead of something that was actually useful. And then they removed it. You don't need this. Another example is Fluid Aura. Fluid Aura's journey is quite something. Originally, an ability that did damage and knocked back enemies and bound them. As in, you just OGCD weave Fluid Aura, bam, the enemy is in an AoE, got shot like in all the directions of the world and took some damage and now was bound to the floor. I believe the bind would break if they took damage, but you know, I'm sure that's really fun when the white mage just dumps that right in the middle of the mosh pit, and then the tank has to pick everything up again. Then it was changed. I believe they first removed the knockback effect, and then they removed the damage, and then people stopped using it because people are not exactly using foot graze either, are they? I mean, it's pretty funny. Many years ago. Many years ago, I went to a private school. Because I'm a big nerd. And at that private school, there was a dedicated computer room. And you were allowed to do whatever you wanted. You could game. I mean, there were some things you weren't allowed to do, but you get what I mean. You could play video games. You could play video games. Then, at some point... a rule was implemented that basically said that you were only allowed to play on the PCs in a very strict time frame of the day. And, well, then people just did other stuff. Like, oh, well, I don't really want to use the PC when it's not gaming time. So people would just hang out somewhere else in that time frame. And it took like a couple months, and then someone suggested, why don't we make the room into something completely different, because people aren't using it anyway. Like, I just want to be clear that the computer room was a really popular place to hang out when when you were allowed to game all day. Then they made it so that you were not allowed to game, and it was immediately no longer interesting. And instead of going, maybe we should change that, like maybe that was not a good move, they instead decided, I think the solution is that people are tired of computers. That's the problem. I know that's a really weird sidetrack, but it's a little bit of the same with the Fluid Aura. People are using Fluid Aura, it does damage. But it's a little annoying because it knocks back. Okay, what if we remove the knockback? Well, people are still using it. Well, it's supposed to be a utility option. What if we remove the damage? Oh, then people won't use it. Oh. Well, then we might as well not have it. Like, I feel like we went down the wrong path somewhere. Should we add boarding school anecdotes to the bingo? Well, this was a private school. But, I mean, you could do that. Aren't most mobs immune to those kinds of debuffs anyways? Bosses are. In dungeons, there are plenty of mobs that are susceptible to stuns, slows, binds. The problem is that the slow isn't super helpful. Maybe it should just be school anecdotes, silly. But enemies in duties are susceptible to crowd control. It's more that it's almost annoying if someone slows a mob when you're pulling. Or binds a mob. And you're just like, I feel like we're missing a mob. Like in the big AoE pull, what happened? And then like you see the mob come like, tumbling in 10 seconds late. Because one of the ranged physical players thought it was funny to bind it. So that, like, basically, we have reached a point where dungeons are at a difficulty level where crowd control outside of, like, very specific things, like desperate situations, are actually considered detrimental. I like slowing the Chimera in Caetsu's cry to help sleepy people hug him when he uses his lightning attack. I don't quite understand how that would help. Because it doesn't make him cast it slower. But yeah, But yeah, exactly, Hody. That is a really funny common problem in RPGs, is that crowd control is so good that it's so good that it would be bad to just let you use it free of charge. But because it's that good, it's too strong to be allowed against bosses, which means that enemies that are, you could say, below your pay grade, you will just not use crowd control on. And bosses where you actually would use it, it doesn't work. WoW has managed to make certain crowd control always useful. Yep, certain, like a lot of bosses, a lot of enemies in general, have things that need to be interrupted. That's one example. Most bosses are still immune to various crowd control, but often their ads, if they have ads, are not immune to crowd control. You need the Death Knight grips in every raid tier? Yeah, indeed. But, well, you don't need that necessarily. But you will probably notice if you don't have it. It says new RPGs have gotten better with this, which makes the boss fights way more fun. Case in point, Crystal Project, in that game, just like it's a turn-based game, a little bit old school Final Fantasy style. In that game, if you blind an enemy, they will miss all physical attacks. Like straight up, guaranteed, there's no chance. It's just, you will miss. But there's like 2 or 3 classes in the game that can even apply blind, and one of them is like, I can only do it once per battle. One of them is like, oh yeah, well, I have to be at bottom of the enmity list to do that, so I can't actually do a lot of damage. I can't be a DPS and do a ton of damage and also do this, because then I won't be at the bottom. And it's also costly, so I can't maintain it very well, and it only lasts 1 turn, so... And the third one I'm not actually sure they can do it. There's also things like sleep. You can only sleep every enemy once per battle. And there's like 2 or 3 jobs that can do it. So like, they make the crowd control really good. And then make it really scarce. So that you're like, well, if you want to blind enemies on the Rex, then you need a rogue and you need to play around the rogue to be able to do that. Which kind of balances it. There's the bingo. I feel like slow and heavy should be allowed on most bosses. As a soloing connoisseur, I would say that those are very dangerous ideas in Final Fantasy XIV. You allow heavy to be applied to bosses. If the boss is not ranged, then it is a possibility that you can basically use heavy as a defensive cooldown. The boss charges up their tank buster. The way you deal with it is, like if it's like a double tank buster, like on M1S, you take the first hit with like Rampart, and then you run away until the physical Vaughn runs out. And the boss is just chasing you around the arena until they can do the second kick. And because they wasted all that time doing that, maybe you'll skip another mechanic as a result. Or maybe you'll just delay the next mechanic. So every time you have the heavy, you can just like delay the boss 10 seconds by running away. And the slow itself, like either it would only reduce the amount of auto attack damage that the tank will take over the course of the fight, or it would slow the casts of actual attacks. And if it slows the cast of actual attacks, then that could also break some stuff. It's like a stun where they get immunity. I can add that all crowd control in Final Fantasy XIV has the so-called diminishing returns that sleep also has. If you repeatedly, like if you kite something and use leg graze and or foot graze on it, if it lives long enough for you to reapply it, you'll find that the second application will be shorter than the first. Bit says, I think that's a good thing. Fair. I will say, the way the game is designed right now, I think it would be bad. But they could absolutely design the game in a way where these things are not broken. But right now, it could be broken. And there's, of course, also the probably obvious sequence of events that they allow you to use heavy on the bosses, and then they just go, well, you can, but the bosses will basically hang out in melee range, and their auto attacks are all ranged. So it doesn't do anything. Like, that is the possible, like, follow-up is, oh yeah, you can slow down the boss's mobility with a heavy if you want. It doesn't do anything because the boss is ranged. Bit says things need to be breakable so that stuff other than damage matters. That is a fair point. The reason why I'm saying it would be dangerous, Bits, is because I don't know if you realize why I'm saying it would be dangerous with my example with the tank just kiting the boss, is that if you can slow the boss, then the boss is doing essentially nothing as long as it has queued up its tank buster until it lands the tank buster. Which, of course, could be resolved by the boss just, like, gap closing to you with the tank buster. But then the solution is the same as I just said. Oh, yeah, you can slow the boss if you want. It doesn't do anything where it matters. So, go ahead. Like, basically what I'm getting at is that it would be dangerous because being able to slow the mobility of a boss would be too strong immediately. And the players that do things like Palace of the Dead on the Rex already realize this immediately. If you could kite a boss, then the boss does 0 DPS. Like, that is actually, like, I made a few videos a while back on the hardest dungeon pulls, like wall-to-wall pulls. Some of the highest ranking ones, to me, are not pulls that have a lot of mobs. Like, sure, they also have a lot of mobs, but the ones that rank higher are ones where they have a lot of mobs that hit hard, and also some of them are ranged. Because the difference is that the one where there's just a lot of mobs, the tank is taking basically 0 damage until you reach the destination. Whereas the ones where there's ranged mobs take, for example, the first pull in bottom's middle, the Hal guy shoots. The tank will be, like, on a good day, at like 50 or 60% HP from the shoots by the time they reach the end of the corridor. And that's not a problem if the healer and the tank are ready for it, and, you know, the healer can just, you know, make sure the tank is getting heals as they run. But it does still, like, put into perspective that the reason why tanks can get away with pulling so insanely big is because they're kiting all of those mobs. And if you could give heavy to a boss, you could kite the boss and do that. That might be really annoying for the melee DPS, but it would be almost like giving all the ranged physical jobs a 10-second invuln. That is to say, my point is that it would be good if other options worked in duties. I think it would be good if slows and binds mattered in a duty. But as it stands right now, it might be a problem. I would say the more interesting way to do this, as I said in World of Warcraft, part of the reason why things like binds and slows and other crowd control is useful in raids is often because there are ads, and those ads need to be crowd controlled in one way or another. Part of the reason why Final Fantasy XIV basically don't see that is because ads are usually a specific dedicated ad phase where everyone's focusing the ads anyway, and, well, a lot of the time the ads are immune to crowd control anyway, so maybe if you made AoE less good for larger groups, people would be more willing to do crowd control. I mean, they would just pull less. You would just not pull those. Like, basically, let's say that they added a feature, or a mechanic, where AoE attacks do, like, they do the damage that they say they do, but when there are more than 5 targets, then the potency is diminished between the targets. Right? Hypothetically. Then the winning move is to pull 5 mobs. Exactly 5. And WoW actually did that. Like, exactly that. And it was not well received. And the thing is, like, as far as I know... Oh, whoops. I pulled that too soon. As far as I know, before Shadowbringers, the limiting factor to your AoE on several jobs was that you would run out of TP. And when you ran out of TP, then you didn't have the resources to attack at all, or alternatively, you would like pump the brakes and slow down and not use AoE when you were running out of resources. But the point is that you would stop doing AoE damage because it cost too much. But as far as I know, people still pulled crazy big and basically just hoped that the mobs would die first. Another balancing factor in this is that mages, as far as I could see on the potencies and everything, it did worse AoE damage than melee DPS and ranged physical for that matter. But because mages had basically infinite resources relative to how much the physical jobs had, basically Black Mage's Flare was not super insane in damage, but you could always just recover MP and cast it again. Whereas once the monk had ran out of TP, there was no more rock breakers. 17 masters aside, it says a lot about how much WoW has experimented that these ideas keep bringing up. They tried that in WoW. True. And that's also the reason why I've said before that sometimes when you see a change in Final Fantasy XIV, at least for me, I sometimes have this experience of, oh, they're going down this path that World of Warcraft already explored. Like, I'm just saying, I've said this about the stat squish before. I'm not saying that the stat squish in Final Fantasy XIV was bad. It was probably fine. I'm just saying that where we are now, where some people like Lamau, we've already passed beyond Shadowbringers numbers. Yeah, we kind of saw that coming. If you came from WoW, you would remember that it was possible to have 1 million HP on a tank at the end of Mr. Pandaria. That was not possible in Waters of Draenor because of stat squish, but in Legion it was possible for a tank to have 10 million HP. So, like, we've seen it. We already saw that. Like, that could have been, that was expected because the stat squish solved the immediate problem, but didn't solve the source of the problem. That the game scales up a little too fast. And because the source of the problem is left unsolved, it means that it'll come back, and it'll come back pretty fast. Do you think it's time for them to experiment more with dungeon structure versus the 2 pulls boss rinse repeat? Yes. I think that we've plenty explored the specific demonstration of duty that we've seen for many years now that is about 2 pulls and a wall. Well, about 2 packs and a wall, about 2 packs and a wall, and then a boss. And the boss opens with a raid wide and then a tank buster, or a tank buster and then a raid wide. Or one of them is missing because this boss is quirky. Like, I feel like we've seen the boss opens with a raid wide too much. And we've seen 2 packs and a wall and 2 packs and a wall too much. But I'm not a good game. Like, I'm not a game designer. I'm not an encounter designer. In fact, I have lamented before that. Imagine yourself for a moment. Imagine you were to design the level 101 dungeon of the next expansion. Imagine that you had to do that. And consider the design of every prior expansion. How do you come up with interesting AoE pulls? Like, how do you come up with interesting AoE pulls when they're basically made to be mowed down in an instant? Like, sometimes when I've been soloing, like when I've been doing the solo challenge and trying to solo some dungeons, I've been like, wow, this mob has this thing? Like, it has a mechanic? Really? Because you don't see it when you just, like, do the mosh pit and just steamroll it. So I'm like, I'm guessing that there is some level of, like, we make the dungeons like this. Follow the pattern. It can't be harder than this. Thank you, Caroline. Hope you're doing well. That I think I would find it hard to muster up the motivation to actually make the mobs interesting. Like, when I think about this, I have a flashback to World of Warcraft, actually. Mr. Pandaria, there were some players that were actually complaining that there were trash packs in raids. And so, for April Fools in Mr. Pandaria, during the Siege of Orgrimmar raid tier, which lasted a full year, by the way. They made a joke that, like, they made April Fool's patch notes, which at least used to be a thing. I don't know if they still do those. And in those notes, they said, now you can mount your flying mounts and just fly over the mobs in the dungeon, in the raids. And when you do, oh whoops, the mobs will break out into choreographed dance routines as you fly over them. And you can just skip all of them. Because that was basically what players were asking for, right? They were basically going, why do we have to clear this pointless trash every week for re-clears? They don't do anything, it's just annoying and in the way. Which is a little bit how dungeons can feel a bit sometimes, at least to some players, is that what's the point here? Like, a particular thing that really resonated with me was when people started complaining that the final boss in raid tiers typically had a door boss. And for those out of the loop there, a door boss basically means, broad strokes. Oh, I missed 3 times in a row. Fun. I stepped in a toad trap. Like, people were complaining that there was a door boss, and door bosses, for those that don't know what it is basically, for many raid tiers now, the final boss has been, like, phase 1 has basically been the normal fight with, you know, savage mechanics, and then at some point in the fight, the fight takes a turn, and there's like a special phase 2, and that phase 2 is punctuated by a checkpoint, which means that if you die, you will start there instead of all the way back in phase 1. The current raid tier specifically didn't have this, which was a little special because of how many times they have had one in recent memory. But people got annoyed with this because, well, the door boss, of course, like, you have to beat that one, and you have a total of 2 hours to beat the duty before you get kicked out due to the duty timer. So basically, the door boss wasted your duty timer. Like, that was essentially what it would do, depending on how you looked at it. So first of all, why do we have to beat that every week? Can't we just skip to the actual boss? And second of all was, why does the door boss not give any loot? That was the one that really confused me, because, like, as someone who came from WoW, I was like, I mean, the trash didn't give any loot. Like, can't you just appreciate that there's a checkpoint? I spoke so much about WoW that a shaman came to hex him. Yeah, that sounds about right. The trash used to give loot. I mean, yeah, the trash in World of Warcraft typically gives loot, and it could even drop gear that you could trade. And that was also a thing in Mists of Pandaria where that joke came from. It's just that at some point players will be like, the loot doesn't matter. Like, if you dig deep enough, I'm sure that you'll also find that there are some players that are complaining that the game forces them to do the entire raid tier in sequence every week if they can't find someone to taxi them to the fights they want to do. Because basically, M1S becomes a door boss for M2S once all the loot from M1S is irrelevant to you. The difference is that there is a way to get around it. Just join a group for M2S. And that's actually true, Odie. I think I missed that part a little bit, but yeah, A Realm Reborn, just in general, both A Realm Reborn and I would also say Heavensward especially, had a lot of much more interesting dungeon designs where they had some sort of gimmick or some sort of thing in the duty that you had to deal with. Like, Fantasia actually still has a thing. I show it off most of the time when I land in Fantasia. Perrin says, man, whoever's making these complaints just wants to remove the soul from the game. Yes. But that's the thing, is that some of the players that participate in Savage content are doing it for the loot. And if you're there for just the loot, then anything that is quote-unquote pointless is in the way. Anything that doesn't drop loot is pointless and is in the way. Okay, says, I think the problem with interesting dungeon design is that it just leads to knowledge checks that aren't necessary in legacy content. I guess so. I don't know. I think, from my point of view, there will probably be players, like, that's the thing, is that if you design the game to please the toxic players, then you're going to get a very, very dull game. What I mean by that is, for example, in 1,000 Maws of Totorak. Oh, the queue is on this floor again. Which many of you know got reworked. It basically used to be like almost maze-like with multiple paths forward. And then they reworked it to not that. Before the rework, the way you progressed through, and part of the reason why there was a little bit of maze-like stuff, was that the to progress forward, like every time there was one of those plant bosses, there was like a thing you had to interact with, and you had to put 3 of an item that like was in the duty menu thing to activate it. And these items were like green dots that you had to pick up. And the thing is, on the main path, there wouldn't be enough of these items to satisfy it. So you had to actually go off track. Obviously, people discovered the optimal path to take to get it done as quickly as possible. And your average player would probably, oh, the cure's right here, would probably just be like, oh, that's kind of funny, if they forgot to pick up one of those Dippin' Dots there in green, and just go and do it. Or maybe they have a sprout in the group and they'll be like, oh, well, you see, did they count the Maws? Nope. They never counted the Maws. And you know, you just figure it out. It would basically be an avenue for conversation. You go, oh yeah, well, you see, this dungeon has this thing where you have to go and do this, and like one of them is down this path. Come, let's try and go this way. A little bit like, you know, Hawk Manor, where you need one, like you need a key. And there's a ton of doors, but ultimately you only really need like 1 or 2 keys in total. So people have found out the optimal path for that too, of course. But it led to like some type of conversation. But if you had, oh boy, a more toxic player in your group, it could instead lead to a toxic conversation. You can see the difference between, whoops, we forgot the Dippin' Dots back there at the side path. Let's go back. Or, I actually don't know this dungeon. I'm new. Oh, okay. Well, we need these dots. We have to go down the side paths. Where would you like to go? And redacted, you censored, you forgot the dot, you forgot the thingy, now we have to be here for longer. And I don't even want to be here. Exaggerated for comedic effect. And then censored for other reasons. But if you keep designing the content such that there isn't an avenue for a negative interaction, what you're really doing is optimizing the content for no interaction. Because the same thing that could lead to a positive interaction is the exact same thing that could lead to a negative reaction. So ultimately everyone's losing, right? And what's really fascinating about this, come to think of it, is that I don't think we have a source for that, but I feel like there is a very real chance, a possibility, that the true origin of 2 packs and a wall, 2 packs and a wall and then a boss, is exactly the same. If you could actually, in a Dawntrail dungeon, hypothetically, if you could pull 4 packs and a boss all at once, just the whole thing, some players would do that. I'm sure we can agree on that. Some players would do that. But not all players can do that. You'll probably also agree on that. And then the players that can do it with, like, I don't know, their static or whatever, or like their friend group of turbo nerds, would then be annoyed when they got matched up with strangers that can't do it. And instead of going, oh yeah, I guess it's really hard to do this, fair enough, I guess I'll have to keep that for my turbo group, that's fine. They'll be mad that their group is bad. Even though it's their group is really good, it's not this group is bad. Like, I have genuinely seen some people that get actually angry if they land in Mount Golg and the tank isn't doing the 5-pack pull at the start. Like, actually get angry and start ninja pulling to get it done. And that would be an example of where the devs basically went, let's throw them a bone, let's see if they can handle it. Because there is actually a case of no, like, there's only a wall before the boss. They basically said, let's give them, like, let's give them a taste. But only a taste. We won't let them pull the boss too. That's too much. And some players got weird about it. Like, they still got weird about it. So if it came out, like, that a developer, like, maybe Yoshi P was like, yeah, well, you know Mount Golg? Yeah, that was actually when we were, like, testing, like, putting in, like, a little taste test to see how the player base would react to if we didn't have walls all over the place. And, well, some of you got toxic about it, so we stopped doing that. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case, but I find it hard to believe that that is the case, so I'm not going to assume it is or was until I would hear, like, proof of that. And yeah, I think it's a super fun pull as well. If I have a less experienced like, if I have a sprout healer, even if I have a sprout healer or like one that is clearly leveling, I will often still do it. But if we fail, I'll just say, sorry, I'll pull less. Because the thing is, I've talked about this a million times, but like, if you ask the inexperienced player if you can pull Giga Big and they don't feel confident in being able to take it, they'll say no. Even if they're perfectly capable of doing it. So by simply doing it anyway, without asking for permission, they will be thrown right into the fire, yes, but they will also have the experience of succeeding. I do the same with, like, I don't do the full Giga pull in something like Stone Vigil, but like dungeons that have difficult pulls, I will often pull big anyway and not ask. And if it goes wrong, then you just, like, is it that bad to wipe in a dungeon? Not really, is it? Emily says, I tend to ask permission to do the mega pull, but word it such that it would be fun to try even if we fail. That is also a good way. The reason why I don't ask is because my point of view, which is my point of view, that doesn't mean it has to be yours. My point of view is if I ask the healer if we should do Giga pulls, if they say yes, I would imagine that there's a very high possibility that that healer has now, like, put their head on the table, like, yep, take me. I'm to blame. Thank you, Ardil. And they are to blame if we fail. Whereas if I just do it and we fail, then I can just say, nah, that was me. I'll just pull less. That, like, I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. I'll do it differently. Because they didn't agree to anything. So if they can't do it, that's not their fault. So like, that's the reason. I'm not saying that that's the best way. But that is the reason why I don't ask. If someone, like, leads, like, opens with, I'm kinda new, can we pull carefully? Like, they basically ask for the opposite. Then I will often ask if we can pull big anyway, just for the practice. And I'll take the blame if it doesn't work. I don't see that kind of player very often, so I don't really have a lot of evidence on whether that works. But my experience with doing the Giga pull and failing and then saying, whoops, my bad, has been pretty good. Like, people usually, like, I've said before that my experience has typically been, in fairness, I don't have that much data to go on. Again, doesn't happen that often. But when I've had the situation of just pulling big and it goes sideways and I say I'll pull less, is that the healer will go, no, try it again. Let's try that again. I think we had it. And then you just pull the same way again. And that can be because they were actually more confident than you might have thought. It can also be because they actually were just like, oh, whoops, I was sleeping there, but they're really good. It could also be because they feel confident that they can do it, especially if the tank basically just demonstrated that that the tank will throw themselves under the bus to defend the healer, even if it was the healer that did the wrong thing. Doesn't matter who did the wrong thing. We wiped. And then the tank says, oops, my bad. And the healer's like looking at it like, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was my bad, but I mean, if he's going to take the blame, then let's go again. I can take the blame next time, maybe. I don't know what they think, but like, it can be a slight confidence boost in the moment to know that the failing has basically no social consequence in that group because someone else is basically taking the blame for everything. Just be a warrior and ignore the healer. Okay, your dungeon is Stone Vigil. Bro, why were you carrying a Mimic? Ugh. Bukaj says, when I was first learning tanking, I would usually throw out I'm new, I will do things wrong in the start, and then Gigapull anyway. That was the emotional support Mimic? Ah, right, my bad. I shouldn't judge. Perrin says, I've got one friend who always says my bad whenever someone messes up in Ultimate, regardless of whether he was actually the one at fault. Yeah, that one can be... Wait, what was this? Can be mildly problematic, because it can make it difficult to see what the problem actually is. But it might not be too bad if it's like an indicator that they don't at least have no idea what went wrong. Because if it was someone else who did something wrong, then you can at least go, oh yeah, it wasn't you. Because you know that Bob the blame taker takes the blame whenever he doesn't know whose fault it is. A very different children's show than Bob the Builder, huh? Bob the blame taker. It's my fault! That's why you don't press the my fault on cooldown. It loses potency. That's true. That's true. It has the effect of at some point people will be like, well, is it? Because we kind of need to know. Is it or is it not your fault? Ah, sure, why not? Andrew says, I really hate the wasps. Yes. You know what's really funny? There are, I believe, level 17 wasps in La Noscea, the section of La Noscea with the Summerfort Farms, who has Final Sting. And I believe that Final Sting does... I can't remember if it's current or max HP, but it does like 95% of your HP in damage. The boy who called fault. Yeah. Which does mean that if you walk up to one of those wasps, like as a, I don't know, a white mage or something, so you don't kill them when you smack them, you go in combat with them, and they use Final Sting, you'll see a very impressive damage number for level 17 creature. Getting that skill as Blue Mage was a pain? Oh yeah, I could imagine. I think some of the Final Stings are not percentage based, so you could do it safer. The Timblebee's Final Sting can one-shot a little 100 tank in best in slot. Is that also percentage based? Huh. I'm pretty sure it's not 100%, so it would still be a one-shot from less than max HP. Everything was fine until the Final Sting attacked. Hey! Oh. I was like, hey, we got the onion room! But there's only 2. I mean, I'll take... I'm not opening those. They could be mimics. I don't want to fight them while pacified. The boy who called fault. Frontums says part of being a raid leader is to keep up moral. To keep up moral involves ensuring those who keep failing still feel like they can succeed. Yes. I think I've explained this before, but when I'm raid leading on the Savage streams in the weekends, my deep breath and a sip of water is well, first of all, I'm pretty sure that just generally taking a deep breath if you're getting stressed and taking a sip of water, like both of those things, helps to calm you down. And sometimes the reason why someone keeps failing a mechanic is because they're very stressed. Because they, like, now they failed this mechanic 4 times in a row or something. And they don't know if they're gonna make it. And just saying we can do this doesn't always help, because they've already convinced themselves that they can't. So calming down might be what's better. But yes, as a raid leader, making it clear that no one's angry, no one's afraid that we can't do it, besides yourself, maybe, can at least be reassuring. It can be hard, because the thing is, being a raid leader doesn't come with, like, a tutorial. Sometimes it's no one's fault or everyone's fault, TBH. Yes. An example? Someone left a comment on my video about how to give advice. My somewhat recent video. Someone left a comment where they said the way they go about it when they're in, for example, hard content, and someone is failing a mechanic, is that instead of explaining it to the person who's failing, they instead ask someone else that presumably they knows the mechanic to explain it to them. As in, I don't know, let's say that in my static that Sip failed a mechanic 3 times in a row. He doesn't really do that, so I feel like sometimes, as you said, everyone can have a bad day. I sometimes fail a mechanic 3 times in a row. Let's say Sip fails a mechanic 3 times in a row. But I know that Milo knows exactly how the mechanic works. So instead of me going, alright Sip, listen up, let me explain to you how this mechanic works, I instead go, hey Milo, this mechanic, I'm a little bit unsure on it, can you explain it to me? That means that Sip can then listen in on the explanation and figure it out without being put in the spotlight. Which, I don't think I've done that, not deliberately. Sometimes I'll do this thing where I'll explain a mechanic to everyone, when it's, even if it's rather clear that it's a specific person that needs the explanation. Or I'll ask them if I should explain it. If I'm unsure, if they're sure, they know what to do. Which isn't the best, admittedly. That is not the best. But, yeah. Really sneaky to just, like, go, oh, actually, you see, it's me who don't know the mechanic. So explain it to me. And then I just hope that the person that actually needed the explanation is listening. And that's, like, comparable to the pulling big as a tank. The group fails for reasons, and you say my bad, and like change. Wait, do we have 2 VVs in the chat? Or did the color of one of their profile pictures just, or did the color of the profile picture just change? Huh? That could be a video idea. Your thoughts on raid leading and static management. That could be. That is a good idea. I do actually have a freshed up getting into Savage raiding video in the works as well. Because people have started asking about that again. So that is a good idea. Cat says the person might also mention something about the mechanic you hadn't thought about. Absolutely. Like, yeah, that is also an opportunity for me to go, oh, does it work like that? I thought it worked like this. Hey, Yabby Yabby, thank you so much. Hope you're having a good day. And you can talk from more recent experience now on that. Yeah, that is also true. Hey, Liv. Hope you're doing well. And thank you, Yabi. I am having a pretty good day. Hey, Agent Monica. Hope you're doing well. More steel. "17 Master says that sounds like it would be condescending. Isn't it often pretty obvious if it's the same person every time?" It could be. But here's the problem, 17 Master. What's more condescending? Player A has failed the mechanic 4 times in a row. What's more condescending? Like, just, if they have failed the mechanic 4 times in a row, what's more condescending? Just naming them and then explaining to the class, basically, player A does not understand this mechanic. Now I will explain it to them in front of everyone. Or, I think we, as a group, need to go over this mechanic to be sure everyone's on the same page. Because something is going wrong. Without naming player A. Or option C, of course, I don't understand this mechanic clearly because something is going wrong. You there, player B. I'm pretty sure you know how to do it. Can you explain it to me? You could also just use tell. Not in a duty. Not in the middle of a duty. I'm glad to hear that, Yabi Yabi. And yeah, it is quite interesting. Pull them to the other side of the arena and use Sage chat. Hey, guys, can you all go over there? I need to talk with player A in private. Just go over there. But yeah, there's also a detail there, is that I would rather be in a raid team where people can handle without being like, without going, nah, I feel like you're condescending, when you explain to them a mechanic. The reason why I try to do it in different ways is because I don't want them, like, basically, my motivation to make it not seem like it's their fault, specifically, is because that might hurt their confidence more. And sometimes the reason they're failing is because they failed once by mistake. Then they failed the second time because their mind was still focused on, oh man, I have to make sure I don't mess this up. And then the mechanic comes and they're thinking about not failing. They're not thinking about the mechanic. And then they fail it again. And then on the third time, they're not thinking about the mechanic at all. They have gone from, oh, I need to make sure I don't get this wrong again, to, I'm a failure. And if you just keep hammering them down, then, like, I mean, you explaining the mechanic, that wasn't the problem. The problem was, like, maybe they didn't understand the mechanic, but the problem is that they lost all confidence. And that can happen sometimes. And that can happen in a lot of things. Did YouTube eat your comment, Yabby Yabby? It does that sometimes with emojis, I think. Losing confidence because you get too called out too much. Yeah. No worries. That's why we need proximity chat. In a random party finder group or static of non-friends, slinging out player A would be worse, of course. It's difficult. But we can probably agree that if someone fails a mechanic multiple times in a row, then it can be really, really difficult to approach it without slinging out the person, like just throwing them under the bus. That is also the reason why I would prefer to catch them the second time they fail it. Because at that point, there is a possibility that no one else has noticed that the person failed twice. They might have only noticed one time. So like, if things go sideways on the same mechanic twice, the first time, people might be like, oh, well, I guess we'll get it next time. Bruh. And then on the second time, they might be more alert on who goofed it up. But on the third, and on the second time, they might not know if it's the same person. Right? Like, they might not actually know if it's the same person because they didn't pay attention the first time. Zyfe says, I mean, to be fair, if someone is failing the same mechanic many, many times in a row, wouldn't they themselves go, hey, I don't get this, I don't know how to do this? They might. But here's the thing, Zyfe, and that's what I meant, is that by the third or fourth time they fail this thing, they might be too busy with telling themselves that they can't do it. So in their mind, it doesn't matter if you explain it to them, because they're clearly too stupid. If they're clearly, if they believe in their mind in that moment, they believe that they're too stupid to understand it, they're not going to ask you to explain it to them because it wouldn't help. They're too stupid, right? Even though they're not. And that might sound strange if you've not been in that situation, but it can happen. Having people notice your mistakes is also just a part of being in a stream static. That's also true. But that also, that's also the difference, is that what you will sometimes see in the stream chat when we have someone make a big oof, is that the chat, someone or multiple people even in the chat might be going like, it's the job doing a thing. And I'll say nothing. I might not even address it. Or when I finally do address it, I address it in a really roundabout way. You know, let's all talk about how to do EE1 or EE2 or whatever it is. Emily says, I know I get anxious or rattled when I sense people in the group are upset or frustrated, even if it's completely not my fault, so raiding in Party Finder gets stressful fast. Yeah, I could imagine so. That is also part of the reason why I think Bronton was the one that brought it on. That, a part of the job as a raid leader is that you're probably going to be the person that is talking the most. So if you're there screaming up a storm when anyone makes a small mistake, they might be making mistakes because they're scared of incurring your wrath. They're too afraid of you. On the other hand, if you're too nice, they might make mistakes because they're too afraid of disappointing you. So you can never win. And that's true, Silly. It's rare that someone is like, it's that guy making a mistake. But yeah, if you are in a static, I would say it's like it would generally be a good idea to, you know, communicate. Just say it if there's something you don't get. I don't quite understand that one, Bokash. What do you mean? Also, Azure said, are you generally less inclined to give advice if you can tell that they almost have it? That heavily depends on the context. And it also depends on how complicated the mechanic is. Like, let's say it takes me 10 minutes to explain to them what the mechanic actually is, but they almost have it, then maybe there's no point in me explaining it, because they almost have it. Okay, it's just I like calling out stuff if I notice it, because I would want other people to call out stuff about me when they notice it. That makes sense. This comes back to something that a lot of people are taught as they grow up. Treat other people like you want to be treated. That's pretty reasonable, right? A thing that I sometimes add to this statement is, at some point, you have to stop treating the other person like you want to be treated and start treating them like they want to be treated. Like, at some point, we have to move past the introductory period of teaching the other person how you want to be treated. Right? And it turns out, at least in my experience, that a lot of people are not too good about taking something too blunt. Like saying something too direct. It's better to try to get, like, go politely around in a roundabout way to it if you can. But yeah, that amendment to that statement, treat other people like you want to be treated, goes both ways. What I mean by that is, if you treat like everyone with politeness and respect because you want to be treated with politeness and respect, but there's this person in your life that treats you like garbage. I mean, they might be treating you like garbage because they don't like you. They might also be treating you like garbage because they want to be treated like garbage. And I mean, at some point you have to do that, right? Like, they've basically been shoving it right in your face that they want to be treated like garbage. So maybe start making them happy and do that. Right? In a similar fashion, if you are too blunt with people and it doesn't seem to be received very well because they don't like that, then at some point you may have to change your strategy. Just for your own sake. Bukai said, but I don't consider the psychological impact that could have. Yeah, I guess that was kind of like what I was getting at, is that the people that can't take the directness will probably not take, like, they'll probably get quite hurt if you're very direct. Do unto others 20% better than you would have them do unto you to correct for subjective bias. That is pretty funny. But yes, like, speaking of the problems of raiding in a streamer static, I'm not going to, like, deliberately throw anyone in my static under the bus live on stream. And if I am, I'm going to try to make sure that I'm the bad guy if I can. And not them. That is why we have the joke. I'm not trying to point any fingers. Pulls out giant foam finger. Because usually when I say I'm not trying to point any fingers, it's a case where it sounds like I'm talking about someone in very particular. Make it a teaching opportunity for the class instead of a punishment. Yeah, exactly. That is also where I come from with the I think we should all go over this mechanic again just to be sure. Is that it gives the opportunity for the person who is getting it wrong to get it right. It also gives the opportunity for anyone else who might be like, actually, I'm not entirely sure, to figure out if they actually know. And like sometimes you'll have situations where someone in the group is like, that mechanic is really scary because I'm actually not sure about this one of the 4 configurations of the mechanic, so I don't know what I'll do if it lands on me. But until then, maybe I can figure it out when it happens. But in the meantime, I'll just hope that I don't get that. Whereas if you then have someone else goof it up, then you get the full mechanic explained from start to finish, then you don't have to be scared anymore. You didn't have to ask about this mechanic that maybe you didn't actually need help with because you were just not sure you could remember how it worked. Sounds like Chain Deathmatch 2. Is the chaotic already out? It is in the game files, but it is going to open next week on Christmas Eve for those that celebrate that. But the game, the thing that, like, the duty is in the game files, and gear from the duty is in the game files, and the vendor where you trade in the, like, the, you know, the quote-unquote totems or tomes or whatever it is, like, the items are already there, so you can, like, already explore your options. The hairstyle is on there too. Is it tradable? Because I have a feeling a lot of players are very curious about that. Is it tradable? It's gonna make a good amount of money day one. Yeah, probably. Well, the funny thing there, Sally, is that there's actually something weird. Like, I thought about, like, today. Isn't it funny how they're basically giving you a Christmas present, in a way, that is the Chaotic Alliance raid. But because players basically mostly won't be able to, like, do it, people are mad that it's coming out at a time where they can't do it. Similarly, if a game came out on a holiday, wouldn't that precisely be an opportunity to do it? Like, because it's out, you can play it. For a lot of people, the way Christmas holiday works is that, like, they come home from work on the 23rd, and then they have days off, which means that, like, the earliest time they could realistically play it is if it came out on the eve of the 23rd. Like, what I'm getting at is that... Is it really that bad that you can't play the new duty on release day? Is it really that bad? But guy, I need to play it on day one. What even is the argument against it coming out on a holiday? Yes, it's a combination of FOMO, and then there are the players that basically made it their job to world first. Yeah, I'm not, like, what I'm trying to get at is I'm not trying to say that people can't be disappointed that the duty is coming out on a day that they can't do it. Like, that's okay. But the thing is, I mean, there has been other releases, surely, where you had time and other people around the world didn't. It's just that now that it's your turn, it sucks. And you could say, well, there's a lot of people that celebrate on the 24th of December. Is that really good? And I would actually say, having the Chaotic Alliance raid, which admittedly I'm sure that there's actually not nearly as many people that are interested in doing on day one as would be like an Evo Savage raid tier or something, partly because of the amount of players they need to do it. But it means that it's a pretty good choice for a duty to release on such a special holiday. Because it's not the worst thing to be late for, but it simultaneously also is like the perfect evidence if anyone ever complains ever again that Squeenix doesn't care about holidays. They can point to that and say, that's right, we don't. We do not care in the slightest. Which is also pretty good if people later down the line try to demonstrate evidence that they do care by going, oh, well, this other time they put the release very conveniently to avoid this holiday. No, they just wanted to release it at that day. Because if they wanted to release it on the day where there was a holiday, they would, because they've done so in the past. I think the one time where they kind of made an exception was when Endwalker was delayed. I believe they pushed the Savage Raid release date an extra week. But I think that was it. What was around first? Savage? Endwalker Savage? Endwalker was supposed to release like mid-November, and it instead released start of December. So if they had followed where they had planned to release, then, well, Endwalker's normal raid would release like a week before Christmas, and then the Savage Raid would release in the week range between Christmas and New Year. And the reason why it was delayed was because there was a certain thing shutting down the whole world. But yeah, they basically delayed the Savage Raid release to after New Year, if I remember correctly. And I think part of the argument was that the delay happened so late that, like a lot of people had already planned their lives around all this. Like, some people took like a week off or something for Endwalker release. I did. And I had to like go to my boss at the time. Can you move my holiday? And he basically had to like ask special request to the section of the company that handles this, and they went like, well, since it's you asking, but normally it would be too late. Like, I got very, very special permission because it was too late at that point, and other people probably it was just too late. So I could see why they would be like, well, people have already like planned their holidays at that time. It would actually be pretty stupid of us to release it there. But, I mean, the Chaotic Alliance raid has been coming from a mile away, and I'm guessing that they've just concluded that it isn't as high a priority to plan around. I don't know. But I do think it's kind of funny that it's basically their way of going, nah, we don't actually care. But yeah, we are specifically talking, like, the delay I'm talking about is specifically that Endwalker was delayed, and Endwalker was delayed as in, like, 2 weeks, 1 or 2 weeks before Endwalker was supposed to release, they announced that it was delayed. It was so late that most people just, it was too late to do anything about it. And it was delayed by 2 weeks. I do think they assume people prefer to celebrate holidays over being there day one. I would hope so. Remember when people were throwing a hissy fit over FRU coming out during Thanksgiving and then it was fine? Yes, exactly. But I do understand why some people can be afraid of it. Here's a funny story. Monster Hunter World, some of you might know this game. When it came out to PC, that's when I discovered that Monster Hunter was a game that existed, by the way. Like, weeks or maybe a month after its release, I discovered that the game existed, maybe. Maybe it was around when it released. I at least know that I started playing the game with a friend, and we played through the whole story with, like, together. Which is awkward, because it's Monster Hunter World, and if you've played Monster Hunter World, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You can't start this quest without having seen all the cutscenes, or you can't bring friends until you have. So you have to do this either alone, or one of you have to go in and then come out once you've seen the cutscene. And at some point, I joined like a smaller community of players to play together with. And we basically did all of the content there was, and at some point, like, we ran out of stuff. And because of the way the PC release was for the game, they basically released the patches that were already there for the console version gradually. And we would experience them as they came out. There was just one teeny tiny problem, because Behemoth, the Final Fantasy collab, came out in the Christmas holidays. And I was at home visiting my family, which meant that I could not play. By the time I came back, I think actually after New Year, everyone in that small community that I played with had already finished. As in, they had already farmed the gear from Behemoth and managed to do the extreme version. They had already done it. And, well, the extreme version was, at that point, at least, I believe it's possible to solo it if you're a god gamer, but it's balanced around you having a team of 4. Obviously. And, well, the rest of my group didn't want to do it again, understandably. They already had all the things. So I had the choice between doing it with complete randos or not do it. I didn't come back to Monster Hunter World until, way later, because that basically killed my interest. My friends no help. That's, well, the thing is, they had all I would say I didn't ask them. It was probably more they they had already finished, and in some way, I don't think they would say yes. I can't remember if I outright asked. But I do remember that they had finished, and basically they had, done Behemoth and gone on to play other games. So it was just, oh, well, alright then. And I didn't want to go alone, or with randoms. So I guess a little mean, but I'm not actually sure if I asked, so I'll leave it to I understand why they wouldn't want to. Extreme Behemoth was actually extremely hard. And the way that fight worked is that you just had to beat it once. All rewards were given for one victory. So a lot of them were probably relieved that they never had to do it again. And then I come along hey guys, can we do it again? And yeah, exactly that, 17 Master, is that it was so hard that I would also feel bad about that. That could explain why I didn't do such a big attempt of asking, I guess. But basically, the reason why I missed the opportunity, so to speak, was because it was released in the Christmas holidays. And I could imagine that some players, who's maybe exclusively raiding with, their friend group or even, a static or something, is well, I'm sure that those in my static that are available on Christmas Eve will do it then, and then not be interested in running it with me when I'm back. So the fact that I'm not available because I have a family means that I'll never get to do it. Which I think is the reason why the Chaotic Alliance raid is getting released with 2 things. If I remember correctly, they added some sort of reward for an extra thing for first-timers in your alliance. In the full alliance. So people feel motivated to do it with first-timers and not just close off. And the second thing is that there's this, happy hour mechanic that makes it so that you get extra rewards in specific times. So, these kind of things can both make it so that interest stays there for longer, and it can also make it so that people feel motivated to bring those people that are late, right? So like, I feel like the developers have looked at this, thought about this, and done this. In fact, maybe they're testing this to see if it would work. How long before the community determines the happy hour schedule? Yeah, I mean, you know it's gonna happen. Also, hey Jared, hope you're doing well. And I think the stream is going well. Also, Yabi says, today your run is full of mimics. Fun fact. Wait, are you bugged? I hope you're not bugged. You're not bugged, okay. Fun fact, last week I had one of the most unlucky Palace to Dead runs I've ever had. Like, this is actually pretty good. A mimic room? In these floors it's fine. But yeah, maybe it's like they're doing it this way to test. They know with almost 100% certainty that, well, actually with 100% certainty, given how many people have complained about this at this point, that there will be players that wanted to run Chaotic Alliance on release day that can't because of life. They know with guarantee that there will be players like that. These systems they have added, or are adding, could be encouragement to get people to play it anyway, even though, quote-unquote, you already finished, right? Or even to impact where and how you choose to interact with the content. And that could be useful to see, is that a way we can, like, make content stay interesting for longer? Maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's a way we can make it so that it doesn't matter that you don't catch it on day one. People don't mind as much. Aim before happy hour is only the first hour on release. Wow. So maybe that's something they're trying. Because that is something that I've talked about before, that part of the reason why, like, some players, I would say especially players that are newer to MMOs in general, which means that they're more likely to question things that are like, veteran players have like reached a point where it's just like, well, that's just how these games are. Like weekly lockouts? Why? Right? Why do we need to have weekly lockouts? That feels like you're artificially expanding how long it takes to finish this content. And on the one hand, you're right. Like, absolutely. On the other hand, making it so that you can only progress this content at a specific pace, they can ensure that content stays relevant for longer, which also means that you won't have the problem that you happen to be on holiday when the content releases, so when you come back a week later, everyone has moved on. Because you can't. But the Chaotic Alliance raid will not have weekly lockouts as far as I know. Which means that indeed there will be players that will, like, there will probably be like turbo grind groups on day one that will get all the loot as quickly as possible and be over and done with it. Who cares about happy hour? Who cares about first timer bonuses? I already have everything. Hey Emir, hope you're doing well. Similarly, if Savage Raids did not have a weekly lockout, then a lot of players could essentially, and I'm saying could because there's a possibility they wouldn't, but I think most of them would. The moment that you have cleared M1S, for example, you would just farm M1S until you have all the loot you need from it. Then you go on to M2S. and farm that one, and then you do M3 as and farm that one, and then M4 as and then farm that one. And then the players that were late to the party, there's very few people that want to play with them because they missed the window. Yes, there will still be people, but it'll have this wave effect where it's like, oh yeah, we have a new team. There will be players that will do the content regardless of reward. There will be players that will do the content regardless of reward. But by having this weekly lockout feature, it takes a lot longer to land in this situation when no one's doing the content. But yes, another reason for the weekly lockout is, as Perrin says, yes, that's exactly the reason. It makes the content stay relevant for longer and impedes your ability to quote-unquote finish it. But I'm just saying that it both means that it stays relevant for longer, forcing you to play it, essentially, for longer. But it also means that it stays relevant so that people that come late to the party have a chance to participate. Like, the window of opportunity is longer. And yeah, exactly, Perrin. That is also the reason why sometimes it can be difficult to make that argument, because, well, it's a subscription-based game. So them making it so that it takes longer to get all the gear is like them asking more money. But at the same time, Perrin, they've also balanced the content around you not having the gear. So your main motivation to farm all this gear week after week is, I guess, for the ultimate? Right? And I guess that's an argument. Parent says, I get gear to carry people in party, find a mount farming parties. That's weirdly specific, but also very generous. But if you're doing that, Perrin, counterpoint, every day you log in on Final Fantasy XIV and your only purpose to log in is not Savage Raid reclears, then them having a weekly lockout on the Savage Raid didn't actually impact your subscription. You were going to log in anyway to do that mount farm. And you could also argue that, what's it matter? A lot of the players that would complain about this also have a house in the game. Which means that they're staying subscribed to have their house, is what I'm getting at. You have to get the gear to carry hard. I mean, you have to get the gear to carry it at all, I suppose. But Perrin, my point is that you probably, like, what things do you do in Final Fantasy XIV is what I'm getting at. Surely it's not only savage raiding and carrying in mount farming parties. And JK says, do you think one day Chaotic becomes as rare as DRS runs? I would imagine, given that they have added a whole new tab to the duty menu, I believe, for Chaotic raids, that they're going to add more of them. So no, I don't think so. I do clear for ones and ultimates and help people with savage clears as well. Well, you can do both of those things without the without all the gear. Like, technically, week 1, you get one item from the Savage Raid. You are better geared than the people that you're helping. So you're technically carrying. You're also more knowledgeable because you have the clear, and they don't. Consolidation says, I thought daily and weekly lockouts were implemented to reduce server strain. I don't know. But yeah, no, I don't think so, JK, because I think they would add new chaotics gradually. I feel like the comparison here would be more like saying, do you think that chaotic cloud of darkness will one day be as rare as a party finder group for P4S? Because those will, like, are certainly becoming more rare. And at some point, they'll probably lift the they'll reduce the minimum requirement of number of players, and they'll, like, you'll be able to unsync it and have an easier time, assuming they'll let you unsync it. It is a new type of content, who knows? Maybe they'll make it required to be synced just like Ultimates, although I doubt it. It's again going to get into the Pixelmancer discussion again. If I can do something that makes it verifiably easier for 7 other players, why wouldn't I do it? I feel like we're talking past each other, Perrin. My point is that you can, like, with the current system of weekly lockouts, you can already carry a group. You don't need to be able to farm the group indefinitely to be able to carry a group. In fact, if there was no weekly lockout, you would have less groups to carry for, so you would actually lose some of your enjoyment as a result. Because those groups would be finishing gearing about the same time as you. That's correct, JK. Yeah, I believe Sally went and checked. The new hairstyle is tradable, but it is from the new chaotic raid. But, yeah, point is, the whole weekly lockout thing is an awkward conversation because it's difficult to, okay, that's fun. Extended auto heal disable. I was just getting to this floor thinking, now I can heal up normally again. Because on the one hand, it could be quote-unquote noble reasons that they're putting the weekly lockout. On the other hand, it's very difficult to have that conversation. Because they clearly also have a, you could say, they have motivation to deliberately slow you down in consuming the content. Because there's, you know, a monthly subscription. And them saying, oh, you can just play other games, isn't like, no. Like, I get that. I kind of agree. But not for this one. Like, I get it when people go, there isn't enough content in the game. There, I will say, yeah, okay, well, if you've cleared everything, if you've done all the content, then maybe it's high time that you look around for something else. Like, there, I get it. But if it's like, oh, well, if you don't like the weekly lockout, you could just play something else. No, I don't think that tracks. Like, that's not that. That's not this. Raven says, I should really do Palace of the Dead, but I prefer Red Mage, and they don't even have Flare and Holy at 60, so RIP. Red Mage is one of the better jobs for Palace of the Dead. I don't think they're, like, king, but they're good. What's the point of worrying about lockout weekly, though, if you aren't doing new ultimates? Prestige? Well, Perrin gave the example that they like to have the gear so that they can use it to help others, essentially. And yeah, exactly, because that was kind of the point I was trying to make. Is that if there was no weekly lockout, then you would see, like, basically the cadence of Party Finder would be the same as for extremes. Because people would be spamming each fight one at a time until they finished. And then never need to do it again. And one way they managed to keep extremes relevant is by making the mount rare. And for a lot of people, they will get the thing that they need from the extreme within, like, 10 runs. Like, need a weapon upgrade, maybe. But the mount is what keeps them coming back. And what keeps a lot of players around to do 99 runs, or more in some cases. But if it was Savage, the way it is right now, but just with no weekly lockout, then, I mean, you would grind out the gear that you want and need, and you would just, you just have to gear one roll at a time, right? Done. You just gear your main, you can come back for the next one later, which could keep it relevant, but I mean, people would probably do that. They might also just not. Like, part of the, like, an interesting thing with weekly restrictions is that it has a mild case of FOMO. What I mean by that is, it's the same with the weekly tombstones. Some players have the self-control to go, well, I don't actually care about gearing any more jobs, so I have all the gear that I need the tombstones for. But a lot of players will collect those weekly tombstones just because maybe I'll use them. And if I don't take them now, then they'll be gone. So, like, people will basically play more, a little more than they, like, if the weekly tombstones didn't have a cap and you could just farm them to your heart's content, then people would just power grind those until they were done. Possibly. Some players would. And by done, they would gear the job that they want to play, and then done. Next Courier says, have you some tips for beginners? In what way do you mean, Courier? Like, I have guides for jobs and guides on all various things, so if you have something specific, then I might be able to give more helpful advice. But by making this thing like a weekly thing, people will be a little bit more likely to do it in the same way they'd probably grind multiple jobs worth of accessories from M1S, just in case. Just in case they change their mind, they want to have the loot so that they don't miss out. Oh, I think I've already used side here. What was in that? Ham says, if the weekly stones didn't have a cap, I might do expert roulettes regularly. Fair. I'm just saying that in the first weeks of Dawntrail, where the best gear was from non-farmer, like from the spam tombstones, the aesthetics, there were players going absolutely insane, spamming hunt trains all day to get that gear, because it was technically, like, some of the best gear you could get. It was best in slot for your armor. It's like, that's evidence that people would go absolutely crazy grinding gear if you gave them the ability to. If they gave you the option, some players would do it. But if there was no weekly lockout, then, I mean, you'd get the gear that you need, and then hopefully stop there. What job do you recommend to begin with? That depends on what you like. If you like tanks, then Paladin is probably a little simpler mechanically at the start, but it is a little weirder defensively, whereas Warrior is a little harder offensively at the start, but it has more self-healing options. If you want to play a healer, then I guess you have to be a White Mage, which is, by the way, Warrior is Marauder, Paladin is Gladiator. And for healer, you'd have to play Conjurer, which turns into a White Mage. Which is not a bad option. It's fine, it's a good starter. If you want to be a DPS, that's hard. Like, genuinely, it comes down to what you want to play. Although I can say that if you're not interested in something really complicated, then don't choose Thaumaturge, which turns into Black Mage, which is considered one of, if not the hardest job to play by a lot of players. So, but other than that, choose what speaks to you. What do you think looks interesting? All of them are viable. You just choose whatever you like. You're trying Arcanist right now. That's not a bad choice. It's one of the easier ones, I would say, but it is a little text heavy. So it can be a little overwhelming with it, like, because its toolkit is very front-loaded. You get a lot of the more complex parts of it really fast. But it's a good job. It's fine. And yeah, when you hit level 30, you can, like, if you find that you don't like playing DPS, it also turns into Scholar, so you can choose healer or DPS. Depending on what you're feeling like at the moment. And also that, as others probably mentioned, if you discover that you don't like Arcanist, if you do the class quest at level, I believe it's level 10, then you unlock the ability to change to the other classes that are in the game. You just have to unlock them. And by level 15 in the main quest, you should be able to access all of the starter classes. In fact, an extra one, because Rogue isn't available when you create the character. You have to get into the game first. So you're not, like, your initial choice does not lock you in for very long. And I think I didn't catch the whole conversation bits, and I have a little bit of a hard time scrolling up while in the middle of this. But yeah, it kind of depends on the people. I remember when we were still getting the stream static together, we had some situations where we had to reconcile how we would feel about bringing in someone who already had a clear. Both to help us, but also at the risk of losing some loot. And it depends on the person. Like, it depends on the person. And our entire static had the opinion of, well, once we've cleared it, we will have an easier time clearing next week. And we still get a book. And more importantly, depending on how you frame it, bringing someone who has already cleared means that you get half as much loot. But for most of the bosses, on average, only half of the raid would get loot anyway. So depending on how you view it, you could also just say, well, whether there's still just a chance that I'll get loot. And if this person joining increases the chance that I'll see loot at all, then yeah, that's basically overall a benefit. Bit says, why are the other players punished for bringing someone who cleared? I can explain that. In World of Warcraft, there is this thing known as split raids. The way that works is that groups will bring, like when they're farming gear, they will bring, like, say, half of the raid on their mains and the other half of the raid on an alt that will pass on all loot to basically double the half the concentration of players that are competing for loot, and by extension doubling the probability that the people that need stuff will get it. When this is pushed to an extreme, you will have all but one player be on alts, and the one player gets everything. This is usually not the extreme they go to, but they'll go to like enough players that need loot that they have no overlap. Any loot that this person needs that will drop, they will win because there's no competition. That's still possible in Final Fantasy XIV. That's correct. That's also still possible in World of Warcraft, because in World of Warcraft, I'm pretty sure you can't bring someone who has already cleared, like, at all. So what I'm saying there is it could be worse. Thank you, Yabi Yabi. What I'm getting at is, if you could do that... Exactly, Bokaj. In WoW, if you already cleared, then you just can't enter the other team's group. Like, you just can't help at all. Which is worse, right? But if you had no punishment to the people that hadn't cleared yet for bringing someone that had, it would mean that optimally you bring one person who hasn't cleared yet and 7 players that have. And you just bring the 7 same players over and over and over and over again, so that all 8 players in the static gets all the loot. So basically, this is, again, another thing where they've made it a little bit obnoxious, because otherwise people would optimize it to an absolutely degenerate degree. Hey again, Yannick. What they can do right now is that if everyone in the static has 7 alts and 1 main, is that, like, if they believe that they're skilled enough that they can beat the boss with 7 alts and a main, they'll bring 7 alts and a main, and then the main gets all the loot, and you just do that 8 times. But because the difficulty of the current of the raid tiers in Final Fantasy XIV are at a difficulty where they are, I don't believe groups really do split raids in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, there's just no need to. It actually wastes precious time in the race, and the players that typically do split raids, you know, they're usually trying to get gear as quickly as possible for a reason. Welcome back, Ceres. I hope you at least got prog. You did some science. Well, I hope you had fun. I get what you mean there, Bits. I'm just saying that it would be nice if it didn't punish in that way. But it's basically something where if they made that change, it would have this snowball effect of people abusing it. If the best way to optimize a multiplayer game is obnoxious, that's a failure of the game designers, not the players optimizing. Yeah, I suppose that circles back to that thing Kat mentioned also with the players will optimize the fun out of games is actually commenting on the game designers, not the players, even though it's the players that will optimize it. You're right. Like, that's true. I'm thinking on it. A lot of these things that are essentially problems in an MMO that is essentially copying, to some degree, another MMO, World of Warcraft, originally, in some capacity, is problems that they both have. And they have those problems because they haven't solved them, essentially. They haven't solved them, therefore the problems are there. They could probably have been done in a more friendlier way. And it is absolutely clashing with a bunch of things. Indeed, they don't want you to be able to finish the content in a week if you could. They don't want you to be able to do that. Because if you could do that, then you would be able to, you know, stop playing within a week. So, like, yes, that's what I'm saying, is that Perrin also said this. It's I'm not saying that, oh no, noble Squeenix would never put in weekly lockouts to hurt the players. I mean, you paid to be there, making sure you pay a little bit extra. I'm just saying that there can be a positive side to it. But 100%, some of the problems are because the game is just designed that way. And if we take a second to think about the statement, if the best way to optimize is the most obnoxious thing in the game, that's a failure of the game designers. How should it be done differently? How should it be done differently? Because, like, that's the reason why I'm like, well, we can't just remove the weekly lockout, because, like, it's stuck between a wall and a hard place, right? Like, if you remove the weekly lockout, then players are going to power grind the content until they throw up. Some will, and then they'll complain that there wasn't enough. They'll eat the whole cake in one sitting and then complain that there wasn't enough. And the players that come late to the party will basically have hard time playing it at all because everyone else already moved on within a week. If you keep the weekly lockout, well, then a lot of players will find it really obnoxious and annoying to do it because it's like intentionally drip feeding you the cake that you wanted to eat. You wanted to eat the whole cake, and they're like, no, only one slice a week. Both losing scenarios, right? And yeah, something like that, Yannick. I was looking at the time, I was like, we can probably make it to 100. And we're also talking about something. But it's difficult because I don't know what you could do, about it. Because to some degree, the amount of changes it would take to fix this is starting to, like, approach at an alarming pace to the kinds of things where it's like people going, well, I would want this job that is my favorite job to work in this completely different way that is basically not possible in Final Fantasy XIV. Or something to that effect, right? Like, basically, they are implying, actually, I wanted to play this other game that is not this, but I just want this to be that game. But it isn't. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is a multiplayer experience. The grind it to until your heart stops, for that matter, kind of thing is something that is more commonly seen, I would say, with single player games, or games with an offline option at least. Matthew says an obvious solution would be differently bad. Oh, no lockout? Okay, well you need 9,999 tokens to get one item, but don't worry, you'll get one token a raid. Maybe. And there's no lockout. Yeah, exactly. Like, that is an interesting thing, is that the extremes can be farmed to your heart's content, but the things that you might farm them to your heart's content for is a random chance to keep you there. The things with a weekly lockout tend to be like, this is everything. Go ahead. Like, you need to do them less times in total. Like, case in point, my static team, we're completely done with M1S. We actually look at the loot and go, I mean, I don't have this cover, so I guess I could have it and hold it, just like to lug it around. I don't know if I'll use it, but it would be a shame to throw it out. Like, less likely you'll reach that point with extreme content. Because by the time you get the mount, you'll be like, I'm done with this. I never want to see this again. Don't make me playing with someone else then hurt them. I get that, Bits. And, like, I see it, Bits. That's the thing, is that if you are in a group of friends where many of you are savage raiding, you quickly run into the problem of, well, I hope you're 16, because you're gonna need 2 8-man groups. Because of the design of it. Oh man, Matthew, that there is sounding like Final Fantasy XIV moving to free-to-play. Brunton says, what if they remove weekly limits on loot, but instead weekly limit the duty? That's a monkey paw, if I ever saw one. I wish Final Fantasy XIV didn't have weekly lockouts on current content. Just get the same solution as World of Warcraft. Oh, yeah. You have, you can't actually enter duty. You can't enter the duty once you've cleared it for the week. Like, sure, you can enter. You'll just enter in, like, an empty room. The team you did it with can enter with you. Everyone else, they have to do their own. Like, if someone queues with you in the group and you accept, they will end up in one instance and you'll end up in a separate one without them. And you can just see the blank arena. And that's kind of what I mean with part of the reason why Final Fantasy XIV has these kind of problems and limitations, I guess, is because some of these things were inspired by World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft, as I said, they did it worse. Like, consider the following. In Final Fantasy XIV, once content is no longer relevant, it usually stops having a weekly lockout. Someone, I think it was Azure, that asked, do you think that the weekly lockout on Savage Raid should go away after one patch? I don't think that would be a better solution. Like right now, it goes away after after a bit less than 2 patches. Often the weekly limit on Savage Raids is removed a few weeks before, if not a month before, the next raid tier. But the but once a piece of content actually goes out of being relevant, like the Savage Raid tier is no longer the current one, it doesn't have a weekly lockout anymore. You can farm it as much as you like. You have no reason to, aside from maybe a mount from the last boss, but aside from that, it's basically gone. So you can farm it as much as you like. In World of Warcraft, there's still a weekly lockout on the Lich King from Wrath of the Lich King, which is more than a decade old. Significantly more than a decade old. And the mount still has, to my knowledge, 0.1% drop rate or 1% drop rate, something like that. It's really rare, and people have, because mounts are like account-wide, people have several characters lined up to farm that raid, to farm that boss each week so that they have a chance of getting it. Because if they have 30 characters lined up to beat the Lich King like that in one punch, then they have 30 opportunities to get it. Whereas you and I can just go, I feel like getting the mount from, oh, I don't know, sure, Ravana Extreme, and you just, like... I could do this. It would have been hilarious. Wait, the mount actually dropped. That's what you do. Done. Finished. You don't need a weekly lockout. You just do it once. But that's how you do it in Final Fantasy XIV. Old content, you just go and farm it. In World of Warcraft, well, you only get one chance per week. So, I guess what I'm getting at here, Bits, is that the reason why you might feel like the game is being really mean, and I'm like, it's not so bad, is because I played World of Warcraft for like 15 years, and coming to Final Fantasy XIV is like... Sometimes it's a case of, well, we don't know how good we have it here. It could be way worse. Like, that's kind of the reason. Like, that doesn't mean that that justifies what Final Fantasy XIV is doing, but it maybe explains why someone like me is like... It could be worse, right? Like, as I said, in Final Fantasy XIV, you're like, why is it that my friends get punished if I join them and I already have a clear and they don't? Meanwhile, I'm like, at least you can join them! Right? But again, that doesn't mean that suddenly that makes Final Fantasy XIV's solution optimal, or like it's better, but it's not that much better, right? Like it's not perfect, but it could be worse, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, says, doesn't World of Warcraft increase drop rates on legacy content now? Couldn't tell ya. All I know is that years ago, one of my friends, his girlfriend actually farmed the Lich King every week with like 3 characters for over a year and didn't have the mount from him. So if you need a reason to say that Blizzard likes your subscription money, there you go. Meanwhile, Final Fantasy is like, I mean, you can just come back later and then there won't be a lockout. And it'll be easy. This is Guild Wars 2 fans. Wait, you guys getting raids? Don't Guild Wars 2 have raids? Nox says usually they reduce the drop rate for mounts after it's post content. Yeah, that sounds right to me. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that when I did Siege of Orgrimmar, doing it on the hardest difficulty, the boss straight up just dropped 2 mounts. As in, ding ding, 2 identical mounts. For 2 winners, among 10 players. And we did that twice, maybe 3 times, because then the next rate, like the next expansion came out. But I'm pretty sure that that drop rate went from 200% to 1% when it was no longer current content. Something to that effect. And the argument being, well, it's easy now, so you don't deserve to get the reward for free. We'll make it hard in a different way. Quote unquote hard. But, yeah. Noxus, I love farming sharp hatred. Oh boy. Oh, that was another one she was farming every week. This liking Kai's videos only has a lockout of 1 per video, so go crazy. Ah, that is actually on point. That is subject relevant. That's pretty funny. But yeah, it's a difficult conversation. As I said, on the one hand, we shouldn't need to have these weekly lockouts. On the other hand, there are certainly people that can't control this kind of freedom to just grind until their heart stops, essentially. On the third hand, why is it that the rest of us that know how to handle it has to deal with this limitation because they can't? Right? Why is it our problem? Like, this is actually... I feel like we've gotten back to this problem many, many times. Gear can't be distributed in an interesting way because people can't handle it. Jobs can't have weird pitfalls because people can't handle it. Jobs can't be wacky and crazy because people can't handle it. Balance can't be any less than perfect because people can't handle it. And each time the people are a slightly different section of the player base that can't handle it. Meanwhile, the rest of the players are just getting, like, watered down Final Fantasy XIV because, people can't handle it. BB says, what if they were to drip feed a new raid instead of locking out? So week 1, raid 1 of the set is unlockable to be farmed as much as you like, then week 2, raid 2, and so on. I have a feeling people would be really mad that the content is being piecemealed over 4 weeks or more, potentially. Henrik says, do you have enough to share with the whole class kind of vibes? Yeah, exactly. Everyone needs to be included. And if everyone's equally included, then we might have trouble actually getting something done. If I remember correctly, like, it wasn't quite like that. But I think it was in Wrath of the Lich King in World of Warcraft, where each part of the Ice Crown Citadel, which was the final raid, unlocked gradually over several weeks, I think. It wasn't farmable to your heart's content. There was, weekly lockout and all that, but it was like, oh, you can't do all of it. You get the first 4 bosses in 3 to 4 bosses in the first week, and then you get the next part. Bitsfuck says, well, also, if we already have a lockout because people would hyper farm when they don't need it, imagine the raid 1 farm spam to get geared in time for raid 2. Oh, also that. If they actually piecemealed it like this, week 1 would be completely flooded with farm groups. And the players that are trying to win week 1, if you think people get a little crazy on Mondays to make sure they get their weekly clear if they're late, and they need to get it before the weekly reset, imagine the players that need to get enough clears to get all their best in slot items before week 2 from one boss. And then when week 2 comes, it's the same again, but even worse, because people might have stopped farming the week 1 raid boss because they're doing the week 2 boss, but you can't join any of the week 2 groups. Well, there will be, like, that's again, the do you have enough to share with the whole class kind of mentality, is that it's not going to be everyone. There will also be normal human beings that aren't crazy, but there will be many groups that will be like, well, if you don't have best in slot from the first boss, you should do that one. Don't join us and drag us down. Do the first boss. Like we did. We farmed our part, you do yours. And then, like, the party finders just fill to the brim with boss 2, M2S for instance, and you're told if you try to join most of the groups, do M1S, you're clearly not finished. But there are no M1S groups. Now you could say you make your own. Correct. But it will have this wave effect, probably. And the toxic players will have yet another reason to be toxic. But is that a problem? I don't know. Yabi says it sounds familiar to PvP ranking. Well, with PvP ranking, it's simply that because you can rank as quickly as you want, and there's basically not really there's no downside. Or rather, there's no upside to waiting until later. You might as well get it done while everyone else is. And super quickly, you'll be done. You get to the rank you want, and then you stop. Because for some reason, I'm pretty sure there's still no, like, rank decay or anything. And if there was rank decay, it would just have the effect that instead of power grinding it from start to finish week 1, you do it the final week, so that you don't have to maintain it. So, like, the thing is, you could put, like, rank decay is usually used to make sure that people feel motivated to come back. But there's no reason to start early, then. Like, it just means that instead of there being, like, as far as I know with Crystalline Conflict, there's a huge spike in interest right at start, and then, like, it drops. And then near the end, like, the final few days, people come in to, like, rush to the finish line. The people that are trying to, like, get the top rank will grind to try and sneak past the person who has the top rank while the person who has the top rank is sleeping and things like that. Like, sneaky stuff. Thank you, Matthew. But I mean, one thing is knowing what the problem is, another thing is knowing what the solution is, and I do feel like a lot of what I'm saying here is me going, yes, I realize what the problem is. But I don't really have a solution. Because I feel like many of the solutions to many of the problems we face with Final Fantasy XIV is people have optimized the game to a disturbing degree. And the solutions begat more problems. And it feels like some of the solutions are like, oh, right, well, you see, what we need is the game to not be Final Fantasy XIV. That's easy. You just take the whole game and replace it with a different game that doesn't have the problems. Anyway, on a philosophical level, does the perfect game exist? No. And I think part of the problem with some kind of games, sometimes it's AAA games, just in general, sometimes it's subscription model games like Final Fantasy XIV, sometimes it's something else, is that if the game, of course it does, is Palace of the Dead perfect, Yannick? Perfectly honestly, is it actually perfect? But the problem is actually relatable to a mild problem with FF logs. I'm not blaming FF logs on this. part of the reason why players focus so much on damage output and nothing else is because DPS, like raw damage output, is one of the only things that we have an easy time to measure someone's performance on. How well you time your defensive cooldowns is like, for the most part, a case of, well, did you time it right or not? Did you remember to use it or not? Did it work out well or not? Did you stand in the thing you were supposed to stand in or not? It's like a lot of yes, no things, and because of the way a lot of the content is done, it's a case of either you did it or you failed, which means that there isn't really like a comparison point here. The only comparison point is how consistent you are at doing it, but people don't really measure that very much. So, exactly, FFLogs can't really account for perfect use of Macrocosmos. If two astrologians, just for the sake of example, clear the same duty, the one that did more damage, a lot of the time, will probably be, for the general player base at large, be viewed as the better player, at least at an initial glance. Then if you look much deeper, you might go, oh, well, I mean, actually that astrologian only fared so well because they basically let their co-healer do all the heavy lifting on healing, and the co-healer actually did terribly because they had to spam healing spells just to keep the group alive because the astrologian wasn't helping. Like, you might see that, but that's much harder to measure. So DPS becomes the main measurement. In a similar fashion, how do we measure the success of a video game? How do we measure the success of a video game? How many copies it sold? How many active players are there? How much money is it making? That's how people often measure the success of a game. Because that's what matters to the bottom line of companies. And it's very easy to measure. You know what's really hard to measure? Whether a game is fun. Because you might find it fun and I might hate it. Is it fun then? Or does it suck? I think it sucks. You think it's fun. So it sucks, but it's fun, or what? Is it both? Is it neither? Whereas actual sales is like, you can't argue with those results. They sold, like, if they sold a lot of copies, they made that money. If they have a lot of active players, presumably those players are enjoying the game. But you can't be sure. They might actually hate it, but feel addicted to it. If they have a large amount of players monthly paying for it, that's also a kind of success. And how does a game with a subscription model make a lot of money? By having a lot of subscriptions. How do they get a lot of subscriptions? By appealing to as many players as possible. And how do we appeal to as many players as possible? By not going too deep in any basket. Don't make it too hard, because then you scare away the more casual players. Don't make it too easy, because then you scare away the hardcore players. But we're reaching a point where the expectations of the more hardcore players are reaching a distance where it can be hard to make content for them without making it completely unreachable for the more casual players. Exactly, Azure. Shallow as a puddle, wide as an ocean. And that's the problem. That is also why, like, sometimes we have discussions about a lot of players have no idea how the game works. Like, they don't know basic things about the game. And some of these things could be solved by, for instance, making Hall of the Novice mandatory. Or by having main quest mandatory encounters where you have to do this or that. You have to beat this DPS check. You have to deal with this mechanic that is like this that you'll see frequently. And if you can't, then you're not good enough and you won't progress. The problem there is that the players that can't do it pay just as good money as the players that can do it. So we don't want to scare away those bad players that can't do it. And they might not even learn anything from it anyway. They might, by sheer happenstance, manage to beat it. And not learn anything. Yannick says, so actually in this thing, Deep Dungeons is amazing. You can do chill party runs, you can do semi-hardcore solo, and then the super sweaty part of grinding ranks. And that's true. But then that's kind of the problem, is that if the success of a game is measured entirely by how much money it made, then casting a wider net is ultimately the only thing that matters. And then, of course, retention. Retention rate and how many players want to play it. That's it. And if we recognize that those two are the main things, then I would say Final Fantasy XIV must be a really successful game. It says, this game needs something between the hard and casual content so bad. I would say that extremes are reaching that point. Old content, unsynced, is slightly more than casual. There's various side content. Like, the thing is, I feel like every time content that is harder than casual is put into the game, it automatically lands in the hard content basket. Because it's not casual, because you can't just queue for it. And the reason why you can't just queue for it is because it's too hard for some rando to just do it. And another part is that a lot of the time, these kind of conversations can feel a little unfair. Because there is content for the person that is not a casual, but also not super hardcore. But if it's content that they don't want to do, then it doesn't count. So it's really hard to say. Like, I'm just saying that it feels like every time content is added, it automatically lands in casual or hard content. Anything you can't queue for, but can't expect very fast clears in Party Find, I put hardcore. So basically anything current, extreme, and up. How fast is very fast? Because the current Unreal, a lot of people discovered can be beaten in 2 pulls for a lot of players. 2 to 3 pulls. Where does that land? Is that hard content? Because it's not casual content. Like, admittedly, not casual. Is it hard content? And the 2 previous extremes, I've heard many say, I mean, people learn it within a few pulls. It's manageable enough. Like, when we farm Everkeep Extreme, we have many deaths sometimes, and we still beat it, no problem. We don't even see all of the mechanics. Arknight says Byaku's casual, I'd say. That's what I mean! That's what I mean! It's not hardcore, so it's casual. It's not casual, so it's hardcore. So there can never exist anything between, because depending on who you ask, everything will land in either casual or not casual. That's also why in my videos you'll see that I will typically refer to content as either casual or hard content. Because due to the way we evaluate these things, there is no such thing as a middle ground. Either something is casual or it is not. Zip says hardcore and casual is more of a mindset of how you choose to play, not by the content, I feel. Yes and no, but the way people evaluate content does use those word choices, Zip. So coming in with a philosophical mindset there doesn't help. We cleared floor 100 again, Mavis. You ready for that Cloud of Darkness Chaos raid next week? I'm not doing it on release day. I am going to join a blind group for it. Before New Year, but I can't promise whether I'd stream it. Checkers is casual chess. Mid-cores to me will always be expecting wipes, but no more than one lockout. So, by that extent, mid-core is the first two extremes for some players. It's like mid-core asterisk for some players. Yannick says Flemmer 2 seems a bit weird. First one does 30% less damage in it. That's correct, Yannick. Actually, I believe Flemmer 2 does less AoE damage in total than Flemmer 1. In AoE. I see 280 AoE. And that's 245. There's actually a substantially weakened AoE component. Wait, Arknight said mid-core to me will always be expecting wipes, but no more than one lockout. In that case, the current Unreal is also mid-core. It's subjective is the issue, exactly, and that's also why I'm saying it feels like whether there is whether something is whether content is hardcore or casual, or hard and casual, comes down to who you're asking. Although there's often a simple answer whether something is casual or not. But it does feel like the most common context that this comes up in is either if you're trying to explain whether something is or is not casual. So hard is often used as a replacement word for not casual. Or it is used in the exact context of indicating that there isn't anything in between. So if you have two definitions that are commonly used to define this and not this, right? This thing and everything around it, then of course the thing between them doesn't exist, because this and not this is everything. Mathematically speaking, it's everything. I think that would be part of the problem with this. That's part of the problem with this kind of discussion. But I feel like we rounded a lot of things. Let me just see. Matthew said, I'd like to improve or ruin a job videos. I was thinking you should do one for the cross-class stuff. Like as White Mage, I was thinking I'd love a make AoE button like Swiftcast for Aero. Oh. Well. I don't know, I feel like that would take away complexity from White Mage rather than add something. That's a good idea. Thank you, Sally. Make it share a timer with Swiftcast? Well, you would just use the AoE button. Like, the thing is, Matthew, Swiftcast is for White Mage not a DPS gain. It's a utility button. A make AoE button would be a DPS gain. Just flat, it would be a DPS gain. So it would be added and immediately take over the I just want the hacker so I don't have to cast it so much. I get that. I mean, you can't, like, Sage has Creation Disgracia, which is kind of that. So, like, we kind of have seen this in action. Based on my own, like, testing, the way it ends up being is that Sage just goes and spams Disgracia, and then when all the mobs are stacked, you go, Creation Disgracia, done. And then you just spam AoE. Remove all AoE abilities and just make a stance that makes abilities AoE and reduce damage by however much. Well, I mean, that is pretty funny. Swiftcast is a gain, actually. Do you know how many glares you can fit in 8 seconds? 8 seconds. Sally, it depends on how many ticks we're talking. When I was looking into it, it depends on how many ticks it gets off and how many mobs are stacked up closely. The thing that a lot of people often forget when they're comparing A to B is that they're comparing, saying, well, if you use E doses on each mob, that dot will do more damage than E Disgracia does to that mob. So dotting up each one. Oh, that's what you meant, Ron Tom. I mean, yeah, in that case, like, it's very easy to say, well, if you put E doses on each mob, those dots are going to be better than E Disgracia. But let's say there's 8 mobs. That's a lot. For the sake of example, there's 8 mobs. You use E doses on each one. That's repeated, like, assuming they live the full 30 seconds, that's 750 potency each. Or you use Disgracia once. Let's see. That's somewhere in the ballpark of 1450 potency once. So if you just spent those 8 E doses casting Disgracia, you would do like about twice the damage you would have had by using E doses repeatedly. Now, E Disgracia does over double the damage of one Disgracia. So if you can just get one of those in, like, because that's the thing, is that you do that once and then, like, spamming it doesn't help. You do that once and then 7 of these, you'll have done definitely twice the damage. Most of them assume you're going to just whiff enough damage on Disgracia while running to make E-doses worth it. You see, the thing is, let's say you have already put doses up on 4 of them, right? If you already, like, as you're running, you go like, you, and then, like, the 4 other mobs join the fight. Like, you pull the first pack, and as you run, you dot each of them up, and then maybe you Disgracia once or twice, and then you get to the second pack. If you use your Creation Disgracia at that point, you're losing, like, nearly 50% of the like, you're losing 50% of the damage you would have done on each of those doses you already did, because it goes from 75 to 40, and they probably didn't, like, they're not halfway done. So you lose that, and you gain basically that as well, so you're basically doing nothing. So at that point, it wouldn't matter to use E Disgracia. So yeah, there's an argument. And then, you could, dot up while the mobs are, like, there isn't enough. Like, 170 potency on 4 mobs is less than 750. So in that moment when there's only 4, it is actually worth it to dot each of them up, and then when the 4 other mobs come in, it is no longer worth it to use Creation Disgracia, because you already did this. The way you would compare this would be to go, well, what if I spammed Dyscrasia anyway and then just dotted up? What would be the total potency difference as you go through the entire situation, right? Like, that's where it starts to get really, really complicated to calculate this. And you would also have to go, well, what if the first 2 Dyscrasia casts only hit 2 targets? Like, those kinds of considerations. And the most important consideration, I would say, is you doing more damage to the 4 first targets isn't that helpful if you're not also doing that to the 4 final targets. Because I actually said this in a video a long time ago, which was giving tips on how to run dungeons faster. The time, the total length of a pull is as long as the last mob. So you killing the 4 first mobs by doing this 4 times, great, you did more DPS. And then there's 4 mobs left because those 4 died quicker because you did this to them, and not this to all of them. The 4 last mobs are going to live longer, meaning that you'll just do less DPS in the second half. Because you decided to do this, and not this and this. So ultimately, you might not clear faster. That's also the reason why I've given advice. Like, sometimes it's actually better that you target the healthiest mob, even though you don't hit everything. But the pull is as long as the final mob. So I don't care how much DPS you're doing. I care about how quickly the pack dies ultimately. 50 damage is 50. Yeah, exactly, Matthew. All of it counts. But like, these things are the kinds of reasons why when I made my Sage guide, I had actually gone through these kind of calculations. The way I went about it was that I thought about this, and then I came to that conclusion that I came with is that, well, ultimately it's probably better that you just use Dyscrasia until the pack is fully pulled, and then you dot everything up once, and then you just spam AoE. Because the scenarios where this is better is rather specific and isn't always better because of previous statement. And for a lot of players, the situations where you do this and not this and vice versa, like all of this, is like brain melt. And I decided that I wasn't interested anymore by the time I started to feel my brain start to pour out of my ears. So I just went, whatever. I do think some people think more about, let's call it, their pride and the big DPS number over how fast a dungeon actually goes. You think it's a human thing? Like, if we see somebody doing a 1240 potency hit, we think, wow, damage, but we see 20 potency per 1000 seconds? Wow, that's weak. Possibly. I'm pretty sure a lot of players will not use, like, some players will not use Higanbana until you spell out how much damage it actually is worth. Not common, because people often look at it and go, well, that's a long dot. It's probably good. And it's cheap. But yeah, sometimes people will straight up not use Higanbana because, well, I mean, dot is pretty good, right? Anyway, that is overtime. But with that said, I think this is a good time to wrap up. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, enjoyed what we talked about, whatever it is, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube, because that tells the algorithm that this was an enjoyable stream and like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days, as well as the announcement room, where you will see links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post these links, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of those options, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so that I can focus on doing things like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. It really means a lot. But yeah, that'll be that. I did get some good video ideas, which I actually appreciate, because I have had a little bit of a what kind of video should I make situation here and there recently. So thanks for that. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.